I want to start today with a little bit of housekeeping and a special thanks. If you're a host committee member, raise your hand. A lot of people. If you're a sponsor or a speaker, raise your hand. A lot of people. What I'm getting at is a lot of people came together to make this week possible, and I want to start off today by saying thank you to all of you. Secondly, possibly the most important agenda topic of the day, we have a very important announcement before we dive into the programming, and I'm going to pass it off to Carl Frake for that.
So, everybody has one special day every year, right? And so, Summer, if you could come up. So, on behalf of everybody here at Cincy AI Week, happy birthday, Summer.
Thank you, Carl, and happy birthday, Summer. So back to my gratitude practice for the morning. I mentioned speakers and sponsors. This week was able to be accessible and so impactful because of all of our sponsors. Today, we have a very special sponsor in Calibrity, who is our presenting sponsor. So you're going to hear from their team today. You'll find them in a booth back there next to Nexogen in the annex and roaming around. Make sure you connect with their team, learn about what they're doing, and ask the questions that you want to ask, whether that's at the end of the panels today or finding people for one-to-ones. Make sure you're having those interactions with the people that are here that can help you take the next step in your AI journey, whether that's building a solution, implementing a solution, buying a solution, selling a solution, or simply having an understanding of what's out there in the market. Our theme today, of course, is AI for teams and organizations. Day one was responsible AI. Day two was AI innovation, education, and research. And day three is teams and organizations. So how can we take what we've heard, take what we've learned about, take what we've seen, and put it into practice in our organizations, in our lives, as individuals, as team members, and as companies that are trying to remain competitive in this space. Another quick shout out, I'd like to thank Mark Jeffries from Cincinnati City Council, who's here. It's very important to have the alignment from public officials as we look to embark on important efforts such as the Cincinnati AI Blueprint, or rather the AI Blueprint for the Cincinnati region. There have been a number of announcements this week, so if you were here for day one and day two, you may have already heard this. If you were not, I would encourage you to learn more about these things, and those announcements include the AI Blueprint for the Cincinnati region, which is being led by the Cincinnati AI Catalyst. You can sign up to, or rather, you can find the letter of support to sign and identify if you want to support that effort at cincyaiweek.com/blueprint. Other announcements, Nexogen, who's another presenting sponsor for the week and the company that I work for, was named as a participant in the National Institute of Standards and Technology AI Safety Training Institute. Very big news for Nexogen, very big news for the region. Thank you. And then, of course, they announced Connor yesterday, which you'll be learning more about soon, which is a new AI security agent. A couple of housekeeping items, and then we're going to roll right into it today. You'll notice that the program agenda has changed slightly. The 11:45 panels now end at 12:20, and the 12:30 panels now start at 12:40. What this does is gives us a 20-minute block in there so you can have lunch without being rushed going from place to place, and so that those panel sessions are not interrupted given the openness and the acoustics of the venue. I would encourage you to take another look at the agenda today. If there are breakout sessions that were added that you want to attend, identify those, find those people. And those are really good interactive sessions and ways to really expand upon the ideas that you have been hearing about this week. That said, I want to introduce Mark Bryan as our welcome speaker this morning. Mark is with the Future Today Institute and is going to introduce himself so I don't butcher it. Mark, welcome to the stage, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you for everybody for having me here. I'm super excited to talk just intro day three. So my name is Mark Bryan. I'm a Senior Foresight Manager at the Future Today Institute. We are a global leader in strategic foresight, and we work with companies all over the world to really help them understand what's coming in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Some of you may know my CEO. Her name is Amy Webb, who literally wrote a book on AI called The Big Nine that she wrote back in 2017, talking about the history of AI and where it's going, and some of it's actually starting to come true today. So that's really what we do. We do a lot with companies to figure out what those technologies mean for them. I just completed a project on the future of communities and digital interactions, specifically with AI. I'm working with companies on AI governance. And so everybody, I joke, it wouldn't be a conference in 2024 if we weren't talking about AI in some way, shape, or form. The big thing is that at FTI, we also put out a tech trend report every year that's launched at South by Southwest. And this year, as we're doing our research, we usually start around this time and then we go through the fall. What we started to notice is that there was a convergence of technologies. There was a convergence of what we would call some technologies that have been around that are becoming a general purpose technology. If you're not familiar, general purpose technologies are ones that become so pervasive throughout our lives that they become a necessity. You can think of them as electricity, the steam engine, and the internet. And each of those general purpose technologies usually herald an economic supercycle. An economic supercycle is one thing that those technologies then all start to impact, again, the way that we work. It creates more boom, it creates new services, it creates new ways and new markets for us to address as businesses. Now, what we're facing are three general purpose technologies that are happening right now, AI being the foundation. The next one is the connected Internet of Things, or wearables, or connectables as we call them, and then biotechnology. And so since we are moving into this era where we have three general purpose technologies coming to light, we are calling this the tech supercycle. And supercycles typically last anywhere from years to decades. So what we're seeing coming is in the next 5 to 10, 15 years, the way that we work, the way that we practice everything, the way that we service our customers is going to change. A lot of it, again, due to AI. The thing with these supercycles is that they're a flywheel effect with each other. They enhance each other. They cause each other to change. AI is enabling wearables to be able to create new markets in sports and health. We have AI that's enabling new types of developments and new materials generated for the built environment or for sciences. And so all of this is going to continue to rapidly evolve, which means that you as businesses need to be preparing for them and helping your customers be able to be prepared for this. The thing about with AI specifically is that we are reaching a moment where AI has become something that everybody's been more familiar with. A lot of companies are looking at it to be able to figure out how to personalize their sales, how to personalize the training that they're giving to their employees, how they can pretty much be able to use it as an assistant. Has everybody seen Humane's AI pin, basically? So Humane released a pin that has AI on it. And what it can do is you can hold out your hand, you can take a phone call, you can hold an object in front of it, and it can scan it to tell you if you're going to be allergic to that, if you're going to eat it. It can summarize your calendar for you. It can actually then help translate what you're saying in French. This is the future of what we're calling connectables, which are going to be able to have AI as well as connect on-body data, which is going to be really important because we're running out of text-based information on the internet for AI to be able to learn from. What's happening with AI right now is that everybody's getting smarter. They're starting to protect their data. They're starting to make sure that it can't be scraped from the internet, which means that we need more data in order for all of the AI models to continue to be built, but we also need new types of data. And so that's why I mentioned the on-body data, because what we're moving into in the next 2 years, we're going to run out of internet for AI to be trained on. We're going to be moving from large language models to large action models, where what's going to happen is AI is going to be trained on the actions that we are going to be taking and not recommending what we should be saying next, but what we should actually be doing next, which means that your businesses, the way that clients are going to come to you and search for you is going to change. We're already starting to see this with the younger generations where they are starting to search differently. Many people are using things like ChatGPT in order to search for information, which means that, does anybody see the partnership that's happening with OpenAI and Apple as well? If I was Google right now, I would be extremely concerned that my market is going to completely change because Google starting as a search-based company and then moving into technology, when you have AI partnering with the technology and the hardware company, means that search is ultimately going to change. However, this puts human in the loop at a much greater importance level, because that means that AI is going to interact with us and it's going to learn from us, which means that we get to be part of that positive cycle. And so as you're thinking about business today and how we're going to implement this, think about where you fit in, of where you want to bring people in to be educated on the data that they're providing, whether it is their IP or their actual body data. Because I think we have a data literacy problem in most industries right now, and you all, being the tech community, need to help everybody else so that you can become the trusted partner that people will look to as we start to see these evolutions, as we start to see the tech super cycle start to emerge. And so with that, I would just like to say welcome to day 3 and hope you enjoy.
Thanks, Mark, and we're excited to do more with you and see you at AI Week in Columbus in the fall. So if you were a business owner asking if you were going to use the internet when the internet came out, I think that you were asking the wrong question. You probably should have been asking, how am I going to use the internet? I think the same is true for AI. If you're asking, am I going to use AI in my business or in my life, as opposed to how am I going to use AI in my business or my life, you might be asking the wrong question. That said, I want to bring to the stage our next fireside chat participants, which are Mary Gwagleski from Calibrity and Jeff Hassan from Scripps, and we're going to have a conversation about future-proofing your business and organization in the age of AI and automation. Friendly reminder, as you pick up the microphones, make sure they're turned on. And I'd love allowing each of you to just introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about who you are.
Sure. Yeah, I can start. So my name is Mary Gwagleski. I just joined Calibrity, which is a IT consulting firm here based in Cincinnati in the Blue Ash neighborhood. So I have some of my colleagues here who are also sponsors of this conference. Yeah. So wanting to tell you, I'm really glad to be there. It's a great group of folks, and being woman too, and you can tell they're embracing me, so I'm very happy. So thank you. And anyway, so my background though, I started off as a software engineer 30 years ago. And I was more a developer too for quite some time, but then also too, then I felt like something else is got to be happening, and I started actually joining user group, meetup groups. And I really feel, I really like that community thing. So anyway, so for me, then from there, I also then now I'm leading the Chicago Java users group and also an AI camp. I'm also chapter co-lead of there too. So that's kind of quickly about me, but I came from more of a technical background. So yeah, so okay.
So this is my second time on the stage. I thank you for not booing me off the first time. My name is Jeff Hassan. I work for the EW Scripps company. I've been with them 16 years, but I've been in technology for 30 plus. I actually am a recovering engineer. I now lead teams of engineers, and boy, I really get hyped when you hear about surge times and when you hear about new opportunities and new horizons, and when you really get to challenge the thinking of incredibly talented people as to how they're going to leverage new and emerging tech to enhance their jobs and their own careers and their own performance. So I'll talk a little bit about what we are doing today just in the context of engineering and development, but also as it relates to the business and our products, because we're on a journey that really began quickly 2 years ago, just maturing the space and our own understanding of what AI means on the impact of our community and our end users.
What has that journey looked like? You said it was accelerated. What's that been? And what did it differ from how you anticipated it being integrated into the different verticals of your company?
Oh, you're directing to me. Okay, so I'm new to Calibrity. I think right now we're still very much focusing on more enterprise development. We're core kind of engineering team, but we are definitely now with the way, the whole wave since ChatGPT came out. We got asked to by companies about AI. There are a lot of discovery that needs to be done. And, but I do believe us being more engineer-minded folks, it's actually not as difficult to actually go and do implementation once we understand what it is. So essentially, too, It would be for AI. I think at least how I look at it is there's the consumer side. If you're using AI apps or if you're producing, right, that you're designing systems that make sense, that needs to be sustainable, all those. And that's what we're now into that space to guide and build AI systems that will be sustainable, essentially, like really functional, sustainable, all of these things. So, yeah.
So in full disclosure, we as Scripps have leveraged Calibrity in the past. I started a journey to actually begin thinking about modern application development frameworks, what was it, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? And we took that momentum of building a new, robust, modern application development framework, and now we tuck our particular arrows that are in that quiver into the way we do our work within that framework, within that architecture. It's worked for us. It's brought products to life. It's brought new opportunities to life. But we also use a lot of commercial off-the-shelf arena type behaviors from ChatGPT, OpenAI. I've mentioned Bedrock and Claude. We dabble in Gemini. I dabble with Google. I try to stay, and we try to stay agnostic. It gets you in trouble when you stay agnostic. You, at some point, will be challenged to move your way into one path, not multiple paths. Somebody said data literacy earlier. There's so much sprawl that happens. It's something you have to be very cautious of and very aware of when you want an open canvas and you want to paint with all of them, but they're different types of mediums and they don't necessarily work well together.
So that, I think, points to some of the unique challenges that enterprise leaders have to explore when deciding how to build the technology infrastructure of their future business. How do you align the stakeholders around prioritizing things like spend, resource allocation, and how is this different looking through the lens of using AI maybe as a tool to do these things more efficiently?
Sure. So Mary and I both have the proverbial easy button, right? I'm kidding. Nobody has that, do you? Like, you can go to your CFO and say, I need a $5 million open budget to go ahead and just begin, strategizing and testing the waters and theorizing about how we're going to apply the practical use of AI to revenue or to marketing or to emerging areas of our business. It's not easy. Sometimes you get laughed off the stage, literally, and that's okay. It's a great learning, and it's very humbling. But for someone like myself and my teams, it puts you back in the cycle of watching very carefully those rooms and reading those individuals that hold those purse strings and showing them how you're going to build a business case that's going to have an immensely positive impact. And if it doesn't, measure it quickly and get out of it quicker. That's okay. But we like to succeed faster instead of failing faster.
But I still think it's important to be fail fast, right? And we do things, and let's not think so much in some ways, right? You be careful you start doing it. Otherwise, if we talk too long, think too long, then nothing gets done. But anyway, but I think this is an exciting area that kind of, means that, there's just so much possibility, and nobody actually knows everything. And so, to me too, I think the fact that having a community, for example, that you can talk and bounce ideas off of and then do things, I think that would also be a very good thing to do. So
I just heard Mary mention another community. Maybe now that she's saying she's in Chicago, it actually reaches Cincinnati. Yeah, but this is a great start for sure.
Yeah, that's right.
One of the thoughts that came to mind when you were talking, Jeff, was specifically that with AI, we are creating appreciating assets internally as opposed to creating tech debt. So we can actually create applications and solutions that get better and improve with time, not that become outdated. How is this playing into the decisions that are being made and the budgets that are being created?
Yeah, pretty early in the budget discussions as to the full measurable impact. Every piece of technical debt that all of you have experienced started in the same vein that AI is starting. It had a budget. It had a lot of attention. It had all of your tech debt had at one point the same type of buzz that AI does. But what happens with that tech debt? The buzz begins to wane. The measurability and the sustainability and the KPIs against it begin to wane. It begins to downturn. What also stops is the investment. So that investment, when that investment stops and you don't have that continued soft glide, I call it a soft glide up with both product, understanding of measurability and KPIs and a firm continuous investment in it, it is wrought for failure. So we balance it very carefully. It's not an exact science, but I will tell you, we have, in terms of revenue, marketing, and general use tools, we have actually deployed those across the enterprise to date. So with the investment.
Mary, you mentioned earlier sustainable solutions. When I think about sustainable solutions, I don't automatically think of energy environment. I think of the business use cases. How are we creating value? How are we cutting costs? How are we maybe creating new opportunities to generate revenue? As business owners are looking towards solution development, how can they consider that aspect of sustainability into the solutions that need to be developed?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question. But I feel that in terms of actually for AI to doing sustainable, it's not only for, the sustainable in terms of energy efficient, but there's also, also like operational side of things. But I do believe right now the AI, especially generative AI, is still not much like development on doing like operational side. I think that's still waiting to be done. But definitely too, like how do you're working with models, you need to do all the pre-training. Well, most likely you won't be actually doing much pre-training because models are in general very expensive. But you're using some models using a RAG model pattern, retrieval augmented generation kind of pattern to do processing, all of these things. And so I think you have to make sure if you're doing design, architecture, how do you, as producer, how do we have systems that are sustainable, being able to rebuild itself, maybe doing things in a concurrent fashion, something like that, right? Then you don't like waste as much energy in between for all the processing, for example. So like that's more an implementations kind of side of things. So that like producer side needs to also be thinking of as well. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if you're an enterprise leader, how do you decide if you need to develop your own solutions or buy something off the shelf?
I think how do you decide, right, between like off the shelf? But first of all, you also have to see off the shelf, can it satisfy what your requirements would be? And then if it can't, then you have to build, maybe customize some things too. So you first definitely need to understand your particular use case and then decide, right, and use the right tool for the right job. Maybe AI is not the way to solve your problem too, so that type of stuff. So have to consider like the whole picture, I think, before you can decide how to approach it. Maybe, basically too, I think, in terms of system level, you could be designing a systems that's not all using AI. Some part are traditional legacy systems. You want to build what is called like data pipelines. Like data is the center of all business now. You need to have data flow through. We have many parts, and so you may have one part is AI, things like that. You have to kind of think through. Rather than saying go all AI, but maybe it doesn't work. You need to be kind of smart about what you choose and pick. How do you build your whole pipeline workflow system? So that's what I think.
I couldn't agree more. So I like to ask questions of the audience, so it's interactive time. Yeah. How many of you actually would say half of your organization is split between the general 50-50 custom, internally developed, or externally sourced applications and services versus commercial off the shelf? Is everybody in that 50-50 split? Some 75-25? Show me a hand. 50-50. How about heavier internal app versus commercial off the shelf? 75-25? Interesting. Lighter? Okay. So the same information that I shared about tech debt and that slow glide on investment and ensuring that you've got the business case to back the investment and show either a near-term or a long-term payback. It could be an optimization, expense reduction, hopefully a revenue lift or other. And why I want to hone in on custom software development. We do a lot of it. I do a lot of it. My team does a lot of it. And we find ourselves in that same situation where we now are going to be challenged with adding people, but we are being challenged with how do you keep the same people but give them 3 different types of AI and intelligence that can sit sidecar with them on both sides and perform at the same level as that very senior engineer and give them the benefit of having the feel of 3 other people sitting side by side with them. It is critical to our success in the future as developers and as engineers. I can't say that any more clearly. We have to harness the full power as people and humans of the intelligence and the AI to help our jobs become that much more effective when developing custom solutions, off-the-shelf solutions. Where do I start? I'll start with my favorite, Slack. So we are a Slack shop. They have brought forward an artificial intelligence element into their platform, as every other commercial off-the-shelf solution does. And I feel that we are, as a community, helping them build their intelligence, obviously, because they're learning from us. And that's dangerous. We get no payback. The off-the-shelf solutions I don't send them an invoice. But it does add to the credibility and to the desire that you can work collaboratively between strictly custom and strictly commercial off the shelf. At some point, I would love to see more SDK and ADKs. Most of you are familiar with all that, right? Software development kits, application development kits, harnessing more of the AI that's publicly available for us. I'll leave it at that. Sorry I said so much.
It's a good segue into the last question or prompt, if you will. If you're an enterprise leader, what should you be thinking about now to future-proof the technology side of your business?
Wow, that's a very good question. And how do we future-proof? I think, as leaders, we definitely should be aware of what's going on out there. You don't need to know deeply every single thing, but you definitely need to understand the whole landscape, the whole picture. What are the tools? What are innovations? What are things that are available to do? Like I said, in some cases, there are custom, you can be consumer to AI tools, or you can be producer designing like new tools to service your specific clients, customers, or use cases too. So I think it's just develop an awareness to kind of not just like talk about it. Maybe do more proof of concepts if you can, like to prove out, is that something that's going to work? If you can afford that time, right? Do proof of concepts, I think would be great to try things out, to, again, stay up to date with what's going on. And again, I'm a community person. I always feel it's, by nature, we are community-driven people. So talk with people outside of yourself, don't just like keep to yourself. Go to some meetups, go to some organizations like here, like for example, you talk, you exchange ideas, it's always good. Like then new things will come out from all of these interactions too. So that's what I think will be good. So
I would echo all of that, and then this morning I woke up and I couldn't remember what the fireside chat was really going to be about, so I apologize. But one word stood out to me when I began looking at the title and really reflecting on what I was, how I was thinking about how you interpret absorb what I'm saying, and the word was sustainability, and I think it ties into what Zach just asked. I don't know how sustainable the pressure and the presence of AI is right now in both the hype cycle and the hyping of it versus how sustainable you can keep an organization operating at acceptable rates without what happens to all of us, burnout. That's where you need to leverage those sidecars to alleviate some of that burnout. I think about things in my life that have been sustainable. This is going to sound crazy, but screens. Screens in my life have been the one sustainable thing that I've had in front of me forever. In vehicle, on phone, at home, here. So it's a sustainable piece of hardware that has been around us forever. And I don't recall screens ever having the hype that AI did, but we use them every day. So, I'll leave you with that, but I as a leader, I just think about very weird things, so. Sorry, Zach.
That was excellent. Thank you so much. Find these guys around here today. Mary's leading a breakout session earlier, and she's on a panel, AI for Developers. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary.
thank you.
So Before I introduce our next speaker, I want to share 2 bits of information. First is we will be back doing Cincy AI Week again next year. The dates for that will be June 10th through 12th, and you'll be able to pre-register for that beginning next week. Additionally, as one of the almost 1,000 people that registered to attend one or more of the events this week, you will be receiving access to what we are calling our event attendees perks pack or gift bag. It's a virtual gift bag. And there are a number of perks and promos in there, discounts for software, free trials for software, free consultations with experts, things like that. So check your emails following the event. You should be receiving those next week. And in fact, one of the perks in that package is Narratize, who I'm sure you're about to hear more about from Katie Taylor, who is the CEO and co-founder. I would like to welcome to the stage Katie. Thank you very much for being here.
Hey everyone, welcome. It works. It really works. I'm Katie Taylor, CEO, co-founder of Cincy AI, and I'm so thrilled to share what we're learning from enterprise adoption of this technology. Raise your hand here if you are an enterprise leader in AI. Raise your hand if you're a small business leader, mid-size company, startup founder, government leader, concerned citizen. Incredible. I'm so thrilled to have this time together. We'll leave some time at the end for Q&A. Happy to dig deeper as we go. And at Narratize, we've spent the last decade working to understand how does storytelling drive innovation forward, especially within highly innovative industries, science, tech, medicine, those industries producing the most patents, who have the most spend per capita on research and development or R&D. And we started to map various narrative algorithms. So our team's a little bit interesting. We have half of our team is comprised of PhDs in narrative science. The rest are data science and computer engineers at Narratize. And narrative science is a way of describing how words make meaning and how you train AI models to understand the way that we use words as people. And because of our unique background with understanding how this works to innovation, so I'll give you a quick example. We would map a certain storyline that showed up when a scientist needed to convey a white space opportunity that they saw in their research. We would use this to find how there's a certain storyline that emerges when someone's pitching a futuring concept to a consumer. Like, what will it feel like to drive a car without a steering wheel, for example. And we would see that there are different narrative algorithms that were proven to be more clarifying or convincing or converting across those contexts. And we partnered with some amazing enterprise organizations to drive that research forward. And what we found was there was a significant relationship between storytelling or a certain narrative algorithm use and knowledge and the speed to market for those companies. The ones who were getting it right were nailing it. And I know some of these examples look like really fancy marketing campaigns and branding campaigns, and that is key to consumer perception of innovation. In fact, in a recent Salesforce report, 56% of consumers actively seek to buy from the brands that they perceive as being innovative. And so you see some incredible campaigns like this one here, projecting the faces of women in AI as constellations onto the ceiling of Grand Central Terminal. That was by GE a couple of years ago. It created a viral social movement campaign, and now you see a lot of other brands starting to articulate their role in science, discovery, right, and the stickiness that they want consumers to understand about their brands. But some of these examples we found were really nuanced for internal communications. How do you bridge the gap between your technical subject matter experts and the people on your team who need to bring those insights to market and land really sticky commercial products from those insights? So for instance, this top example is from a global CPG company that created coffee table books by their R&D and innovation and product teams, and they would mail them physically to the C-suite and the board. And that would be their way of showing them, here are all of the innovation projects happening across the company right now, the spaces where we're most engaged, and here are some really fascinating ways that we can bring it to life. And then Lowe's, of course, and other organizations have gone so far as to hire science fiction illustrators and writers to help paint a picture of where the brand should go. I want to pause and step back here. What led us to create Narratize was all of that rich research and understanding. Those brands that are getting storytelling right are accelerating speed to market. But it can't just be about the public-facing branding campaigns. It also shows up within research and development teams who say, I just put marketing to sleep in a meeting again. How am I going to get buy-in and traction for this really interesting technology that could really move the needle on where we could go? And so a few years ago, after we had conducted that research, our original team was tapped by OpenAI, and we became one of their first 7 developer ambassadors. So we've been working within these foundational models long before ChatGPT emerged. And to be honest, our team from the start never really thought within the chatbot design for this technology. We were working with the foundational models. And so today, I hope what you take away, we're going to go through 4 key use cases for driving innovation forward with large language models. And I want us to start thinking outside of the assistant, outside of the chatbot. This is a recent Q2 Deloitte report on enterprise AI adoption. And they asked thousands of enterprise leaders, 2,000, just under 2,000, how are you going to reallocate time thanks to the investments you're making in AI? What are you deploying AI to do, and how will your people be impacted? What do you want people to do with the time that they're saving? 45% said driving innovation opportunities. 43% said operating efficiency, so improving systems, right? Saving money but through existing workflows, making them more efficient. And then 29% said developing new products and services, which I think many organizations would say is an active innovation. So if you take 45 and 29% together, the majority of companies are saying we want to get speed to market and outpace our competitors and achieve revenue gains, not just productivity gains. And so that's what I'll focus on today. I want to share how Narratize has partnered with several Fortune 500 companies and global innovative organizations to do this work at scale and to move from pilots to validation to scale up over the last year. So we're going to share 4 use cases for doing this work more effectively. Number 1. This is such an incredible week. Cincy AI Week's major theme has focused on responsible AI. The ability to use this with good intent to empower people and to make the world a better place. And to do that through security, privacy, and AI designs that people can actually trust. Trust is a huge issue in AI. Not to mention the statistics around concerns for security, privacy, and IP leaking. You also have concerns around inaccuracy. The moment, how many of you have asked ChatGPT a question and it made up an answer? Very obviously made it up, right? Trust is earned in drops and it's lost in buckets. So 93% of companies are actively buying Gen AI right now, and those who are performing the highest are achieving revenue gains, not just productivity gains. But there's only 13% adoption within the technical people within your organization. And the number one concern among leaders is that it's not accurate enough to be used for those use cases. So I'm going to share some of the ways that we've worked to address this at Narratize. Actually, I'm going to show that later, sorry. Skipping ahead. Number 1, we took those narrative algorithms and we trained the AI to understand it. And so we taught it, we like to visualize our narrative algorithms as constellations in the night sky because we're a little bit nerdy around here. But we took things like those I was describing earlier where there's a certain science to storytelling within science, tech, and medicine that can create more clarity and impact. And if you understand what those patterns are, you'll be able to create clarity faster. This is a skill that less than half of people who are in innovative roles say they feel any level of confidence with, right? How many of you have ever listened to a science or a tech talk and been confused, right? And so we're doing some really interesting things to combat hallucinations at Narratize. One of them is to train it on these proven algorithms. 2 is to design it in a human-led way that prompts the user to share their insights and ideas. And I'll share some more data and case studies we've done around that. But we're also launching research features and putting research within the co-authoring experience. So think of how many of you have tried Perplexity AI? How many of you have tried Elicit? Okay, so the ability to ask the AI research questions, this feature is coming live in Narratize this month. You'll be able to ask the Research Hub any question, and it will generate a full literature review with evidence tables and then inspire you to be able to loop it into a thought leadership article, a white paper, or a technical proposal that you're building within your company. Thank you, it was hard. And last year, we partnered with the United Nations, and we studied 500 innovators around the world who had access to Narratize, and we asked them, how much more accurate is this compared to other AI solutions that you're using? And they said it was roughly 3 times more accurate. And then here's the story I'm really excited to share. The World Food Forum is an organization that inspires innovators around the world to solve world hunger and address food insecurity. Last year, we partnered with them and gave Narratize to their innovation teams. And it turned out that when they provided their Global Innovation Challenge Awards last year in Rome in October, 87% of the category winners had used Narratize to write their concept notes and pitches. So you think, wow, that's a really cool story for AI. And it is, but it's a cooler story for world hunger and what that means for those researchers and scientists who said, I don't feel confident conveying my complex science to other people, let alone continuing to secure research funds to drive those solutions forward. Okay, use case number 2. And this is where I was alluding to earlier. We never really thought at Narratize about Gen AI as a chatbot. We thought about it as an ability to embed within existing workflows to solve real problems for people in business. Specific, of course, for us, we focused on those who have technical knowledge, insights to share, or those on the comms teams who need to somehow capture that knowledge and convey it effectively, especially for thought leadership or brand awareness or B2B marketing in science and tech and medicine. And so we asked, how could we infuse large language model technology into existing workflows? Because adoption is a real challenge. Many people feel intimidated by this tech, and the chatbot doesn't really help. This was a case study published by a senior prompt engineer. He tried to write a white paper with ChatGPT. It took him 150 prompts. This is a really expert level prompt engineer. How many of you had some prompt engineering training? Cool. How many of you are certified through some kind of credentializing thing? Okay, so more and more folks are getting certified, and many enterprises today are investing millions and millions and millions to ensure that employees are upskilling in the art and science of prompt engineering. And I think it's so exciting and it's so critical as chatbots become more and more part of our everyday work lives. But unfortunately, even for a seasoned prompt engineer, you'll always prompt it differently from one person to the next, and you'll always get a different quality output. And unfortunately, nobody wants to read a C- level professional paper. They'll read right through it, and it really impacts your credibility. And so from the start, we asked at Narratize, how do we reverse this whole process? What happens if the AI prompts you? You don't have to worry about prompting it. What happens if it's exactly the way it feels to sit down next to your favorite colleague and have them ask you the right question at the right time to help you get to the next step of your thinking? And if you had that, could you create product requirements documents and research reports, consumer insights, trends analyses? How could you do the work of research and innovation completely differently if the AI did that? And then how could you use that to transform into every single type and format and style that you need to convey that idea to others? And so within the platform, that's how we've designed it. And what it's enabled and unlocked within our enterprise users is the ability to streamline quality, streamline communications, even for areas that don't typically fall under the strategic communications purview. And so this is an example of a workflow that we've built in Narratize for research and development and innovation professionals. The AI will ask you a series of questions about an innovative concept, white space opportunity, product, or a new discovery that you've made in the lab, and it generates a 1,000-word pitch. Then you click a button, and it generates a fully designed and branded deck with the right messaging on the slides, the right talking points in the script. Then you click a button, it might ask you a few more questions, and you can get to a project plan. And then you can create group meeting notes, and so on and so forth, all the way to the point of creating some of those innovation stories that help to build belief and understanding for what the impact of this work could mean. Like PR FAQs, which are called press release and frequently asked questions. It's sort of like a press release of the future, where you say, what is this innovation? You kind of paint a picture for people who maybe aren't in the weeds with you as a technologist or a scientist. You say, this is the press release that's gonna get launched in 6 months when this is successful, or sometimes in 10 years for some of the industries that we serve. Speaking of that, so I'll share one example. One of our customers is a global aviation company, and they have woven Narratize into their product development teams. These are the teams charged with the systems improvements that will make airplanes better today, and the future of flight and how it's going to look in 10, 20 years. And once weaving Narratize into their workflows, we heard them say things like, it accurately expanded on a wingspan concept that I put in, and I was able to get that project to the next step of the stage gate process 60 times faster than it typically would. We're so excited to be partnering with organizations like this, because what this means is we're not just thinking in terms of operating efficiency and efficiently creating a better workflow for writing out an idea. We're talking about moving the needle forward on the next best innovation and outcompeting and winning the market. Okay, use case 3. The other really fascinating question we asked from the earliest days at Narratize was, if everyone's going to think of this technology as enabling knowledge retrieval, how do we reverse engineer and ensure that it's not just designed to retrieve knowledge, but actually to share it? How do we take the insights that are within every single person in this room and learn from it? The thousands of employees that we have, the millions of consumers, customers that we have access to. How do we create multi-directional story sharing with this technology? And how might that help us innovate better and faster? So I'll share a few examples. You've probably maybe already seen them throughout Union Hall. We built a story infuser. And we put QR codes all over this building to help you kind of feel what it's like. But you scan a QR code, or in some cases, our customers use it as a URL, and you are prompted by the AI with a series of questions. And our customers are using this technology to collect market research insights from consumers, to collect technical knowledge from various team members across the enterprise, and they're collecting it even from new hires as they start to understand who is this professional and how do we best onboard them into our culture. So you can prompt other people with the AI. They can answer the questions, generate their story, their insight, their idea, their challenge statement, edit it, give consent to share, and send it back to you so you can see it within a feed of those ideas. And so we're thrilled to see how customers like Under Armour are using this technology. So they've long been the type of company to say, we're going to be the most innovative in our vertical, in our market. They have something called the Idea House at Under Armour. You can go share any idea. Anyone can do it. And they get thousands of ideas submitted every year. And their innovation team has to pour through those thousands of submissions to determine which ones should we take seriously and move into the front end of our innovation pipeline. So now we're weaving Narratize into that process so that, one, the person sharing the idea gets a more magical experience in sharing it, and two, they get higher quality outcomes or higher quality pitches from those individuals, and now the team is able to validate and vet those solutions faster. I think one of the other really key ways that we're thinking about tacit knowledge sharing, or excuse me, multi-directional story sharing, it really has to do with the ability to build tacit knowledge. So the example from Under Armour is a great one of how you do qualitative and market research differently. But how might you use that same technology to build tacit knowledge among teams over time? And so this is the direction where we're moving at Narratize. I know this is a bit of a complex diagram, but essentially we're helping the enterprise create a knowledge bank using secondary research, using the stories that they collect internally and externally, building research banks and story banks to collect those insights, but also training and contextualizing based on internal knowledge through structured and unstructured data using AI toolkitting. And with all of these things in mind, we see a vision for the future where we're not just talking about creating a pitch faster, creating a project plan faster, we're talking about actually unlocking tacit knowledge. Okay, fourth use case. Innovate faster by breaking the bot. So I'm excited. This is my first time sharing this data publicly. The University of Central Florida, they had researchers study ChatGPT compared to Narratize. And right, we're only 1 year live in the marketplace, by the way. We've been in stealth for 2 years prior to this first year. And so it was really exciting to see the results of this study. They essentially gathered participants who are scientists, technologists, engineers. So they started with more technical participants for this first study. I think the next one will be inclusive of branding, marketing, and communications professionals who are charged with innovative communications. But what they found was they gave professionals a writing task, and they had them use no AI, ChatGPT, and Narratize. And only 30% of the time were those teams successful, or those professionals were successful in getting the right professional writing task done with ChatGPT. So let's dig into this data a little bit. 84% of the time, of course, super exciting, they were successful with Narratize. What we thought was so interesting, if you look at the time that they spent creating it, right? 2.5 times, or basically 2.2 times faster with the AI, a little bit faster with ChatGPT, but of course less successful in the end in terms of doing what they needed to get done. What was really interesting was that the users of ChatGPT said they felt very confident that they did succeed. So 70% actually failed, but the majority said, I think this looks good, like this actually would work. And when they rated it, it actually was not an effective outcome. So that's super interesting. And we started digging, or the research team started digging deeper into why. And what they found was with ChatGPT, or with a chatbot design, users were spending more time figuring out how to prompt it and what to ask it. Whereas with Narratize, it was already asking them the right questions, and they were therefore spending time innovating and strategically thinking. And so yes, there was a little bit more time used with one technology versus the other, but what was interesting was they spent that time in a higher quality way. And so, excited to share more case studies. We're starting to scale within many different enterprises. This is an example of a global CPG company that's integrated Narratize into their research and development workflows, and we got 88% adoption across their whole R&D enterprise within the proof of concept period. So now we're scaling and working with them for the next few years. And I think overall, right, the number one thing that needs to be true first to innovate better and faster with this tech is to build trust. And number two is to think about how to spark faster adoption by embedding it into workflows that people already feel familiar and comfortable with. Number three is to start thinking, or 3 and 4 really, start thinking outside of the chatbot and assistant designs that we see today. What else is made possible? And I'm so inspired and proud of our region for leading the way in many of these efforts. And I believe we still have some time for 5 minutes for Q&A, so I'll open it up. But please do try Narratize today. If you are an enterprise or a large organization, we would love to meet with you and share what's possible. And please participate in the story collection efforts. The host committee for Cincy AI Week is collecting your insights and ideas through the QR code posters all around this space. And with your consent, would love to amplify your voice through the post-event thought leadership as well. All right, I'll open it up. Oh, I get one question. Oh my gosh, the stakes are high.
But you have a breakout later, so you can come find me.
That's true. Sounds like we maybe don't have time for questions. I'm happy to, okay, go ahead. In different languages? Yeah, thank you. Translation's coming in Q3. We've taken it very seriously considering some of our global partnerships. We didn't want it to be a simple translation feature. We wanted it to be enriched with an understanding of region and culture. So we're taking our time and making sure it's really, really, really good when we roll out translation. Thanks for the question. I'm so thrilled to talk more and learn more about your work in AI. We'll be here all day, and thank you.
Katie is absolutely amazing, and so is the rest of her team. We are excited to begin using Narratize to help storytell what we're doing with Cincy AI Week, Cincy AI Catalyst, Enterprise Technology Association, Nextrogen. We're all going to be using it, and we very much want to invite you to be a part of telling that story with Cincy AI Week using the QR codes and the links that she shared. Okay, quick housekeeping and we'll move on. The next panels will start in 5 minutes at 11:10. This will be our effort of staying kind of on time and on schedule. We'll see you in the next sessions. Fourth floor is AI for developers. AI for teams and organizations is right here. And then Jared Anderson from Serve is leading a breakout on the first floor. Thank you very much. I am going to introduce our moderator for this session, who is Alicia Herman from AWS, also a member of the Cincy AI Catalyst and a huge supporter of Cincy AI Week. That said, welcome to the stage, Alicia Herman.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good. By a show of hands, who is working in an organization? Yeah? All right. Has anyone experienced any challenges integrating AI into organizations? Oh, okay, great. So hopefully we'll knock down some of those barriers, have a lot of great insights from our panelists here. As they respond to the first question, they will give an introduction of themselves. They can do it much better than I can. All right, so today we're going to discuss AI technologies can be effectively integrated into organizations. We'll get some ideas for best practices, what has worked for them, what sort of culture fosters adoption of AI in them specifically. So for our first question, can you start by discussing how you and your organization, or how organizations can start integrating AI? And what initial steps have you used that you found have worked?
So my name is Catherine Bashan. I'm with Vernovus. So I work with a lot of companies to staff their projects that they have. And I think the biggest thing that I see, and I hear a lot too, is I hear a lot of people who say that they want to implement AI, but it's really trying to find, what's the problem that you're trying to solve and what value is that going to bring to the organization, instead of just throwing another tool into your tool belt, right? And I think whenever you do take that approach as well, making sure that you truly understand those processes and in what you're trying to solve. And that biggest piece is the requirements gathering time, taking the time to actually speak with everyone individually, or at least with the teams, and doing more of a deep dive, right? Instead of just going straight into it.
Just go down the line. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine O'Shea. I'm COO and co-founder of Narratize, so working alongside Katie, who you all just saw. I just want to double down on kind of the point that she made. Looking at your already existing workflows, I think that's really important. So I completely agree. Finding the use cases is important. But what's working for you already that you can infuse AI into, that you're not just, again, you're not just saying, like, let's just build it in and figure it out. So for us and our team, we are, and of course, a lot of your platforms you're already using are all rolling out those. So especially if you're having team members who are a little bit more hesitant, I think that's a great place to start. Like, what systems are you already using that are bringing it out? Let's play there. What workflows work really, really well that you can experiment with? We also, one of the things that I always find important is find the champion who's interested and willing to kind of dive in first, because they're the most accepting of, like, maybe some of the hiccups that you might come along the way, and that won't stop the adoption of it through your team.
All right, thank you. That was great. Justin Griship. I am the Senior Director of AI and Analytics at CBTS. I lead our analytics practice. I'm excited to be here today, and it's, I think, a really great question, and it's an important question. So one of the things that you've probably seen, if you're like a lot of organizations, and a lot of the organizations we see, is you have some early adopters, people who are maybe trying out ChatGPT early in November 2022. And then you've got others who are kind of intimidated by the technology, and you've got others who are interested perhaps, but not really sure how it applies. One of the things that we found really breaks AI into the conversation is helping your team or your organization understand and re-envision a core process. So there's been a lot of discussion around use cases, and that's a great place to start, but it's a very difficult place to scale. So if you can build a vision around your core use cases and then train users around how that's going to directly impact them, that's where we're seeing a lot of adoption and success. You really don't want to shortcut the training aspect of this, because training is really where you're going to see your secondary and tertiary user base start to understand that this technology is an enhancer to their productivity and not necessarily a replacement for their effort.
Hey, everybody. Oh, that's loud. Okay. All right. Hot mic. My name's Maddie Bell. I'm the co-founder of Scheduler AI. We help businesses instantly book meetings with their best customers and prospects through fully autonomous AI appointment setters. So that's cool. And I'm gonna throw in a hot take here, right? Because everybody's like, oh, how do you deploy AI to your organization? Two things that are real. Number one, it depends on the size of your organization. I used to work at Procter & Gamble, a very, very large company where people are still learning, in some cases, on how to use PowerPoint. No offense, I wasn't one of them. Anyway. But the second thing is now I work at a startup, right, where we're able to instantly implement whatever tool is going to get us the business result the fastest, right? So everyone sitting in this room is probably somewhere along that spectrum. What I would challenge you guys with, actually, in terms of implementing AI is how many people in this room know the difference between an AI co-pilot and an AI autopilot? How many think you do based on what I just said? You're close. So here's the thing about implementing AI that we've seen when we've gone into businesses and actually worked with them on how to get a business impact, a business result when they apply AI. When this whole thing started, and everybody became aware of this, there was one co-pilot that everybody was really excited about. You can probably guess which one it was. It wasn't Gemini. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. Anyway, that's really cool, right? Like, that's like walking up with someone and being like, hey, I've got this trained police dog and he's yours. He could do all this really cool stuff. You just have to take him for a walk and you're gonna walk down the street and you're gonna look awesome. And everybody said, that's awesome. Cut to today, if I walked in and said, I've adopted 5,000 dogs for you and you get to walk them all, you'd be miserable, right? Like, too many co-pilots is real. You do need some. You need a good service dog. You can go find the few that you think you uniquely need for the job that you do. But where you think about this at an enterprise level or bigger organizations, you want to start thinking about AI autopilots. And those are AI agents designed to take specific triggers and execute very curated workflows on behalf of the humans that they serve. These AI autopilots need to be controlled, right? You set the criteria, they need to be measured, and they need to be applied to business processes that already work. Guys, automation is not about solving a new problem that you need humans to solve. It is about galvanizing the best playbooks that humans are doing today so that these playbooks can happen at scale, 24/7, and the humans can go create more growth. So that's clearly a hot take. I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'm gonna pass it along, and I would say one of the things you need to do in your organization is look at where you are deploying co-pilots and where you're starting to create and galvanize autopilots.
Hello, I'm Chris Hensley. I am the CTO for Nexogen. I do a lot within the technology industry. I'm just kind of an overall technologist and AI enthusiast. To echo some of the things that some of these guys have said, I think all of them are good answers. I think the early adopters is the key. You find a group of people to be able to test, provide feedback. They become your success stories, and then they become the champions to be able to have that trickle down within your organization.
Okay, so I'm going to go a little off script because I didn't rehearse this. I was just going to do this a couple minutes ago. So what we heard here was some of the best practices, some of the nuggets are finding, what problem are we trying to solve? What processes and workflows are already working? Let's re-envision the core process and then really look at how we're training to get that to scale. And your organizational size and how we can galvanize what's working. So with any sort of change comes resistance, right? Everybody, that internet thing that nobody was going to use because it was going to take over the world, and now we can't live without it. So what have you seen in terms of change management? What are some best practices? Do you have any stories that have worked to really be able to implement successfully AI within the workplace?
I think whenever it comes to change management, it's having making sure that you have a good training for your teams. They really understand what you're implementing and what they're going to be learning about, and really having that support system too afterwards, right? Whenever you learn about it on the front end, your go live once you start implementing it, and then your pre-support training that you have, to making sure that they have those resources, and really understand the process of who goes where with what questions, and maybe also even anticipating all of those things that may come up for certain individuals or certain teams, what they may experience, so you can get ahead of that.
I'm going to take a little bit of a twist on that. I think one of the things that can be really useful, and I think this is true for any. I'm thinking about like kind of the common user at this point, and that can be true for in an enterprise as well. I heard this at a conference recently. If we think about the way that we write emails, right? For a long time, you had to write your own emails. Well, first email was like a really kind of phenomenal thing. Then we all had to write our own. And then slowly they would tell us like, oh, you're spelling this wrong. And so that was great. And then now it's like, you know, Google kind of fills in the rest of your sentence, and that's really phenomenal too. And now we have this great thing that will do the whole thing for you, right? But if you watch that progression, maybe each one, in the end, there's like little iterations of innovation that happened. And I think that's really helpful when we talk about change management. Feels like such a big business term, and how do we roll out the right communication? And all of that is very important. Of course, we are trying to bring this tool into enterprises, and we have to pay very close attention to change management and how we're helping users adopt it. But I think there's something to be said for letting some of the iterative innovation help people along as well, right? So that we now are great, I don't have to write emails anymore. But way back when, email was like so transformational. So yeah, I think that can really help when we talk about like the big business word of change management.
That's great. Start with pain. So find the areas in your organization that are most hindering individual resources and literally work with them one-on-one. So when ChatGPT first came out, in our organization, obviously, like yours, you've got your early adopters and the people who are really quick to pick up on the technology, what this could mean, and they're trying new things. But for those who were slower to adopt, one of the things that we saw work really well was literally spending time one-on-one with them and talking about their day, talking about the challenges they were facing, and actively working with them and really paying attention and listening to where they were struggling on a day-to-day basis. Look for use cases within that pain. If you can help illuminate the areas that they're struggling with in their own day-to-day workflows and say, have you tried this? We've seen huge success getting adoption. One particular team we were working with had maybe 10 to 15% adoption. After we took this approach, 100% adoption across the board, and people actually went from being scared of the technology to being enthusiasts and bringing ideas forward. So my best advice would be start with pain and don't stop digging until it's gone.
I think you start to bring in some important things there. As you think about adoption and change management, the one thing that we've seen is you need to focus on reducing the time to value for the people that will receive this technology. So at the end of the day, it is better to get them a quick early win that inspires more than to create something that changes their lives. In fact, data would suggest that most people can only change a process by a maximum of 30% at any given time. But over time, they will change the entire way that they do something. So you really need to make sure that you're focusing on how are people gonna get past the hurdle of whatever behavior I'm trying to influence to a point of value to say that made my job easier. And how do you shorten that from a week to a day, to an hour? Now, we're gonna go back to that thing I told you about before. How do you make it so your people don't have to do anything, right? Like at the end of the day, the way that comes to life is you mentioned looking at the pain. So if you're thinking about, we talked a little bit about autopilots. There's a lot of pain that people have, but they solve it on autopilot. So if you walk up to them, they may not tell you it's a pain. For example, microcosmic example, how many people in here enjoy scheduling meetings? How many people have meetings? How many meetings do you have? Well, this is starting to add up. But if I walked up to you today and said, what's your biggest pain? It may not have ever occurred to you. And so what's really interesting is the definition of solving problems has fundamentally changed with AI. You now have platforms that can handle these micro pains at scale 24/7 to the point where if I walked up to you and said, what if you never had to reschedule a meeting again? And you had to change nothing about your daily routine. Ooh, there's gonna be some habit adoption there, right? And it's because I gave you that value without you having to do anything, and I did it in a way that scaled in ways that we haven't thought about before. So I'm giving a talk later today about how we have to reframe expectations about what our problems are and how technology can solve them with this new technology. And the people that are doing that are saying, wait a minute, how can I take all these little micro problems and make them go away? And what does that look like at scale? And how do I do that in a way where my people don't do anything different? I promise you guys, we are seeing multiple millions of dollars worth of value creation in a span of 48 hours.
Yeah, I mean, having been in technology for many years, people have always been resistant to change. I mean, going all the way back to people were afraid of the cloud. They didn't want to put their data out there somewhere. They wanted to protect it, you know? And so if you kind of look at what evolution happened with that, it's how do you get past that? So it took several years for people to start being more comfortable with having information in the cloud. And then, so with AI adoption, it's how do we speed that up? So in my opinion, it comes down to like upskilling employees to be able to, you know, get them excited about it. It comes down to the narrative that we're trying to get them, the way we frame it to them.
I think what I appreciate about all the answers here is they are really focused on the individual. How much change can you handle at one time? What is a way that we can iterate through innovation? How can we take those short sprints? And then really focusing on what is the challenge? So if you had asked my dad if he was using AI, he would tell you, no, I don't know what that is. I don't want to. But he watches Netflix. So, I mean, he is using it. He just doesn't know it. So when we're talking about the problems that we have, maybe we don't realize that they are a problem, as Maddie alluded to, which goes into my next question. How can you enhance productivity and innovation through AI in organizations?
All right. Well, if you think about what you're able to do with AI on a regular basis right now, it really kind of comes down to that's what it's doing, is it's taking away the mundane to be able to allow you to focus on being more creative, being more collaborative, being able to work on things that you didn't have time to do because you had to write 10 emails to respond to all these things, or you had to read all these papers. So, I mean, I think that's the biggest gain in AI right now is the productivity, and then what it can unlock, what we're able to do when we're not having to go through 250 emails in our inbox since this morning. Yeah.
So the founder of OpenAI, Sam, thank you, Sam, he is famous for many quotes, one of which is, in his little text message group chat with all of the top tech founders in the world, I'm not in that chat, they have a bet, which is probably worth a lot of money because they're those guys, on when the next billion-dollar company is going to be founded by one person. One person. I've already hired more than that, so it's not me. But the reality is, like, when you hear that, it's like, hey, how does AI help productivity? It's like, no, guys. No. How does AI help one person build a billion-dollar company? Those are the questions we need to be asking, and we need to start asking them now. So I think the reality is, every piece of what you do, you can enhance and influence if you start to get curious. And that can feel very overwhelming. And the way I coach people through it is, don't necessarily feel like you have to change everything about yourself or get a degree in machine learning. remember that you have all now been elevated to the status of manager. And we actually know how to do that. We know how to manage other people. We know how to ask questions. We know how to give guidance. We know how to say, hey, that's not what I meant. What I'm really looking for here is this. Start managing your AI tools in that fashion, and you'll see incredible results. So like, for example, someone asked me, how do I make a job description for my company? One option could be you could go in and tell GPT, I sell soap, make a job description. You could also manage a person that way. Hey, we sell soap, go make a job description. Ooh. Or I could say, hey, I need you to go make a job description. I need you to go look on Indeed. I need you to find jobs just like the one we're doing. I need you to audit like 3 of them and decide which ones sound the most compelling. And then I need you to copy and paste that information and ask the AI what could make it better. And then I need you to read out to the AI all of this information, which is the actual job we're hiring for. And then I need you to send me the job description. Which outcome is going to be better? Right? So that's more my thing is when you think about productivity and how it's going to inspire your innovation, think about the fact that you need to be leveling up your playing field and you need to be acting like a manager as you go through your innovation process to enhance and improve each step of that process for yourself.
That was great, man. All right. Well, I think I would probably make a key differentiator, have a key differentiator here between productive and busy. So I don't know, I imagine some of you at least have gone into a day where you've gone meeting to meeting to meeting, look back on that day and said, what did I accomplish? Right, there's a lot of busy work that goes on in any organization. One of the things that we're most excited about for AI is the minimization of low value tasks and the reduction of things you have to do that don't necessarily add to the value chain. Right, so if we're really to like step back and think about what are we doing on a day-to-day basis, we're trying to deliver value for customers. Right, that's the name of the game, and we should be aiming to maximize our value for customers. So in understanding our function within the value chain for our organization, I'd say that both for any individual here as well as your teams, as well as your org as a whole, you should really understand what is it that I'm doing on a day-to-day basis that's producing that value for my customer. And you should be focusing on how do I enhance that? Because if you grow that productivity, I'm ignoring busyness, but if you grow that productivity, not only are you going to be maximizing what you're getting out of the technology, you're going to be doing the best thing you could possibly do for your customer and for your company and your employees.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you guys are nailing it. So I think I'll just double down a little bit there and try to keep it short because I know we're moving. I was at a conference earlier this week, and I was in a room with a big group of R&D professionals, the people who are doing this work on a day-to-day basis. And the speaker was asking, you know, what are we all using? What are your enterprises adopting? What are you bringing into your day-to-day? And most of them are using, you know, Microsoft Copilot because they're part of big enterprises. And they said, what's the most value add? Where are you seeing productivity gains? I'm not kidding. The majority of them all said, meeting notes. I don't have to take meeting notes anymore. It's really phenomenal. Meeting notes. I don't have to do my next steps. It's now there, and it's sent out to people. It's phenomenal. And I thought, wow, I mean, that's phenomenal. Talk about some productivity gains. And to you, like both of your points, we now don't have to do the thing that we didn't think was painful, but now that we don't have to do it, we're like, wow, that really is a great pain thing that was taken away from me. But what I wish we could push the conversation to, which I think is what you're getting to, is like, let's think a little less narrow about what productivity truly means. And again, lean into this idea of like, if you were trained to do this one thing, and then you usually pass it off to someone else who is trained to do the next thing, whatever that might be, right? So if you're a copywriter and then you pass it off to design, you now can do both. You can do both, right? If whatever skill set you were and job you're hired for, you can then kind of expand, again, you can expand your value add within that life cycle or within that workflow. So I just want to encourage everyone to think, meeting notes is awesome. I agree. I'm so glad I don't have to do it anymore, but let's kind of push beyond that too.
I'll just be quick because I agree with everything that was shared here. And I think, too, the biggest thing is how do you maximize your time and how you're spending and prioritizing your time. So, yeah.
Thank you. I've spent many hours of my day. Previously, looking at target operating models and always looking for those high volume, low value roles, which I think AI plays into perfectly. But what I also hear, though, is that opens up the time for us to add more value as humans, and we constantly hear of human in the loop. So if you could please share with me, what do you think fosters a culture of adoption for AI within companies, and what you would do to encourage that?
Never know. I mean, it starts from the top down. So we're all leaders within our organization, and it really is kind of setting that narrative for the rest of the company to follow. So it's changing the perception of it being, going to replace jobs to it's going to be gains on productivity, to enhancement versus displacement. To be able to start from the top and to be able to have that narrative and to have it trickle down to the rest of the corporation is really how you get people as a culture to buy into AI within your business.
So I think, a lot of what this is inevitably going to become is using/buying AI will feel a lot more like hiring a person than buying a tool. And that's because, right, its capabilities, its understanding, its training, its ability to go through workflows, those will all come into play when you have this AI as a core part of your organization. And that can be very troublesome to people, right? We don't want, AI selling cars for $1. We don't want it bippity-boppity-booing your customers into really never wanting to talk to you ever. But I reframe it as, guys, like, we manage AI just like we manage humans. You need to have the ability to not have a machine learning degree to go train your AI. Nobody in here needs to be doing that. If anybody tells you that, that's not true. But you do need the ability to control your AI and to create predictability in its outcome, right? We work with sales teams. We build AI agents that engage their customers and prospects. Guess who's excited if that gets messed up? 0 people, right? But what we do is we allow them to control that. Like, you are gonna say what you wanna say, you can dial that in, the AI will not be creative, it will not remix this is what it's gonna say. But when that customer or client responds, the richness of that response will be better captured, better interpreted, and better used to make that workflow go to the right next step. That's AI. That's a use of AI in front of a customer, but I'm not letting my AI chatbot talk to about everything it knows. Absolutely not. And so again, remember, guys, there is nuance here, and there will continue to be nuance. And the relationship between human and AI will continue to need to be one where the AI gets more autonomous, but the humans have different controls and ability to say, this is what you do, new hire, this is what you don't do. And we do that with people today, right? I'm not sending my new hire to the CEO's office and saying, hey, let's riff it here and see what happens. You want to get in that mindset, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think there's really 3 types of people right now. There are those who are excited about AI. I think there's some of those people here in this room. I think there's people who are generally unaware of AI, and I think there are people who are afraid of AI. And if you're not talking about the fear, or you're at least not thinking about the fear, you're probably not addressing one of the core problems to adoption. So AI is a nice tech, AI is an umbrella technology, is a nice technology until it starts coming for your job, right? And when you're thinking about how do I best get adoption of AI, you've got to address the fact that people who are looking at this technology are questioning whether or not this is going to replace them. And that's a very real fear. Now, there's different avenues this technology can go down, and ethical AI is probably the most important and meaningful conversation we're having today. So I'm not going to go down that avenue right now. I think there's a lot of really great speakers who are doing a lot of justice to that. But what I would say in respect to adoption is there's an opportunity here for AI to maximize the productivity for mankind. And I mean that in the most possible or most positive way. There's an opportunity for us to do less meaningless work and do more meaningful work. So when you're bringing this technology to your teams, to your organizations, and just talking about it generally, I think it's best to frame it from the lens of we're going to make life better for everyone, just as we saw in some of these presentations. The AI has the potential to have an enormous impact on poverty, on ensuring food scarcity goes away. It has the potential to have impacts on problems that we as humans have struggled to solve for 50 years. If you look at AI through that lens and communicate through that lens and help people understand the vision of how AI helps their job but doesn't replace them, I think you're going to at least start going down the right avenue of conversation to eliminate some of the fear that people rightly have about what this technology means for them on a day-to-day basis.
I love that. I heard that everyone in the workplace needs psychological safety around this new tool, and it's up to leadership to ensure that they feel safe where they are and also that they'll be brought along. So last question, we only have a few minutes left. If you could briefly describe what trend you're most excited about for AI in the workplace.
I think from a trend perspective for me, it's alleviating some of those processes, and so to get more, I can do more at once, right? And then even just using it and interacting with it, you know, as a team in general, we learn so much off of each other, and you hear someone say something differently, and you want to adopt that yourself, and then you make it your own. So for me, it's adds to that creativity and that experience that I want to put someone through in a positive way.
Yeah, I want to reiterate, like, creativity is actually the word that came to my mind of, I think if we create the right environment, bring people along the journey with us, break it down, educate them, make it less this kind of big, hairy thing, then I'm really excited. I think there's a lot of conversation around that. I think there's a lot of conversation around how can we lean into the creativity? How can we upskill people? And it's a conversation that I feel like has been kind of re-enlivened, re-envisioned around like, oh, what are the potential possibilities for my workforce now? Rather than, this is your job, this is what you're gonna do. So I love that that's a trend. There's a lot of collaboration, creativity kind of getting brought out of this.
Yeah, I would probably just echo that. I think inspiring curiosity is one of the best ways to get people motivated around the art of the possible. And if you can inspire curiosity in the same way that you have curiosity around this technology for your teams, you're probably on the right track to getting adoption. There's probably nothing we can say to individuals that are going to get them into this arena in a way that we're talking about. This is a doer's activity. So you really need to get people experimenting themselves, giving them opportunities. And that kind of goes back to where I tend to lean in, is starting with the pain, because if you can help people understand that this is an enablement, this is my day is going to get better type of technology, then I think you're on the right track to getting the type of adoption we're aiming for.
There was a viral social media post that said, I don't want AI to write poems for me and be creative for me. I want it to do my laundry. And I think a lot of the conversation can sometimes sound like, oh, well, we want people to do the important stuff and AI to do all the non-important stuff. And the reality is that's not true. Because the reason people are doing these things, these low-value things, is because they are necessary. They are important at scale. Hey, I don't like to schedule meetings, so I'll just never be in one again. What? Right? That's not true. But what is true is you don't have to do it. And that's what I'm excited for, is that we'll see people being more creative, writing more poetry, building bigger businesses while someone else does the laundry. And that doesn't mean that doing the laundry is not important. It just means you don't have to do it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything these guys just said. Honestly, it comes down to creativity and collaboration and what it can unlock. And that's what's exciting to me, is because we don't know. I mean, if you have more time and not doing the laundry, and you're able to spend more time strategic thinking and trying to advance your product or your brand or whatever it may be, just what all that can potentially unlock is what excites me.
Thanks to all the panelists for your insights today. Thanks for everybody for joining.
All right, the next panels are AI for marketers on the 4th floor, the CIO roundtable right here, right now, and the breakout sessions are continuing on the 1st floor. Thank you. As a reminder, CIO panel will be right here, right now. AI for marketers on the 4th floor, and the breakout sessions continue downstairs. Lunch will be served at 12:20-ish at the conclusion of these next sessions. James is the CTO of Calibrity, who is an event partner this week and the presenting sponsor for today. He is also a fellow member of the Cincinnati AI Catalyst. Make sure you find James today. He and his team are doing a lot of cool things. And with that, I'll pass it off so we can begin the CIO roundtable. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Zach. All right, as Zach said, my name is James Carmen, CTO at Calibrity. Just want to let the guys go ahead and introduce yourselves. I think we got microphones on the tables. Yeah.
Testing, testing. Yeah, this is Dan Shelton. I'm at TQL. I lead our engineering department.
Hi, all. Ryan Hales, CIO, Lithgow Contracting.
Greg Adams, Head of Technology at Dries Homes.
Chris Hickok, CIO at Home City Ice.
All right, great. So we'll start off with
a boring panel of companies ever. Logistics, concrete, homes, and ice.
All right.
That's
Exactly.
right. There you go.
That's a great place for AI. All right, so let's start off with a bang. And this is going to be an interesting question. So where do you all feel like, maybe within your industry or in the industry at large, where do we feel we are in the Gartner hype cycle?
Yeah, I was part of a Ohio X roundtable last week, or maybe it was early this week. They all run together. And we had this same exact discussion where if you've got this Gartner cycle that kind of looks like that, where you get a peak in the trough, and then something that moves towards steady state. We all went around the room and voted for where we thought we were on the cycle, and everyone in that room, I don't know, 15 leaders of technology, all put us somewhere on the declining curve. So the hype of ChatGPT in 2023, super, all on the backside of that curve. And the conversation we started to have in the room is, as technology leaders, our mission in life should be to limit the depth of the curve and shrink the time between where we are on that declining part of the curve and full-scale adoption. I think that's the challenge that we have in front of us and that we talked about for quite a bit.
Definitely disillusionment, but coming out of it, and it's really skeptical optimism. So I came up with this analogy last night. I don't know how it came to me, but look back in 2007 at the iPhone. Everyone can look back now and say, oh, the iPhone was going to be a revolutionary change. At that time, no one knew it. Everybody had a BlackBerry. You were not going to give up your BlackBerry for a non-physical keyboard. The reason you wanted the iPhone, because you were tired of carrying around your BlackBerry and your iPod. You wanted someplace to carry your music. We had no idea it was going to change how we communicate, how we do mobile social media, how we buy and sell things. No one knew that at the time. I think we're in the exact same spot. Nobody knows, and anybody that says they know, they don't know. But it is going to be revolutionary, just like the internet, just like mobile. It's just another wave coming, but it's not the end-all be-all yet. We have not figured it out.
Yeah, I agree there, and I think it's also interesting too. Gartner itself on the hype cycle, I think there's something like 30 plus technologies that it considers to be AI, and it's everywhere from the very beginning stages. Some are almost all the way to the plateau, and so I think that's this common thing that we see when we talk about it in the enterprise. When we say AI, you have 5 people talking about it, and you're talking about 5 different things, right? Some of the technologies that we're calling AI have been around for years, right? And they're much closer to that plateau. Others are brand new, like generative AI, and I feel like we're kind of at the top of that because, you know, the first time you plug something into ChatGPT or watch a video of a guy eating spaghetti, you're like, wow, this is magic, you know? Your expectations are here, especially if you're non-technical. And then you go to try to apply that in the enterprise, and then all of a sudden, it's not magical. You realize, oh, this is going to take work. This is going to cost money. It's not pulling up a web page and doing it. And so I feel like the expectations for the non-technical people are pretty high right now. And I think we've got some time before we start heading down that curve.
Yeah, I would just add on that note, I think it depends. It depends on which capabilities, which solutions, which use cases you're talking about. When I think about things like chatbot or digital marketing capabilities, I think of them as coming out of that trough of disillusionment and getting more mature and more valuable, useful, and consistent. In other areas, perhaps, that are less mature, certainly kind of at the height of that trough or height of the peak and starting to come down.
All right, great. So I know you guys said like generative AI is really kind of what we're all talking about here, right? AI has been around for a little while. So when it comes to like generative AI, what are some of the most compelling enterprise use cases you've seen?
So for me, I'm super excited about what it can do for us from a efficiency perspective in delivering software. So the coding capabilities. Like any new technology, we're seeing a lot of adoption challenges. So some of our best engineers that were early adopters love it, and they're becoming even better engineers and leveraging that technology to get really efficient. And some others are struggling with the adoption. They've tried it, they've stumbled a bit, and now aren't using it as often. And we're all over that spectrum. But I think of what we need to be able to do in terms of delivering value faster for our businesses. And that's one of the areas that I'm most excited about, most bullish about.
Yeah, for us, we're a people-based business. We've got we build big concrete things, 50-story mid-rise buildings, or huge Amazon distribution centers, or data centers, and things like that. And we've got 500 jobs across 22 locations going on at any given time. So we have 500 different teams pouring concrete in some form or fashion every day. And the challenge with our industry is the most seasoned guys, if you're building a 50-story mid-rise building, you're only going to do it 15 or 20 times in your entire career. You'll work in concrete construction for 40, 50 years, and you'll literally do it 20 times. As that generation ages out, we're seeing a real challenge of how are we going to take all this knowledge from those people's heads and make it accessible to the younger generation that may only have 1 or 2 turns at that. So for us, or for me at least, when I think about how we could use some of these tools like Gen AI, as you mentioned, it's how can we leverage all of this knowledge these old dudes have, right? Whether it's job site walks or pictures or videos or having them speak for hours into a tape recorder. Is that a thing anymore, tape recorder? Either way. Maybe showing my age a little bit. But how can we take all that and get that and package that up so the younger generation can interact with it? So they don't always have to try to find the gray-haired guy that built this one time in his career. And if we can do that, we can accelerate our workforce development and our learning curve, and it would allow us to explode as a business.
So it's interesting. I was at a conference, and it was a builder conference, and they actually used that same example of the aging out workforce, which is going to be a real supply issue probably over the next 10 to 15 years. But they used the concept of combine AI with other technologies like augmented reality, so that you can almost have an apprenticeship, because the people aging out, what they don't want to do is travel everywhere and get on their knees and if they're like me, can't even get on their knees anymore. And what they can do, though, through augmented reality is they can see whoever's on the field, what they're doing, and immediately, all of a sudden you see, okay, it's this part, okay, this is how you replace it, and you walk them through it. So I think it's AI combined with some of the other stuff we already have or what's going to evolve and come. Just quick examples we've used. I think it's great for marketing content. We have 400 different plans. That's a lot of content to write. And change over time, because you go from a 4-bedroom to a 5-bedroom. AI can do that. AI for your employee handbook, so people can search, what's the vacation policy? Those are quick, easy wins that you can easily develop that we're really trying to attack.
I'll plus one on developer productivity. I think that's been a big boon for us. And as soon as that came out with GitHub Copilot, I'm not the guy you want writing your enterprise application, trust me. You would not want to rely on it. But anyway, so I took GitHub Copilot and used it in Visual Studio and a couple other places. And for somebody novice like myself, it was kind of amazing. And so it's great to hear that somebody more experienced and the early adopters are getting that productivity as well. So that's been big for us. I know the question was specifically around generative AI. But one of the things for us within the AI scope is computer vision. So we have 180 locations. 90 of those are manufacturing facilities. The other ones store packaged ice. And so being able to kind of monitor that remotely without some of the input and manual stuff that we're doing, things like inventories, product quality, product movement, there's a lot of possibility there. So we've started kind of playing around in that space, still very early on. But interestingly, that is the one within the hype cycle that's the furthest along. So I feel like because those technologies have been out and there's been a lot of effort put behind them, they're a little bit more mature than some of the generative type stuff. So, and I think the last one for us is contact center. We've kind of avoided going automated there. We get a lot of phone calls, as you can imagine, especially in a week like this. And we've avoided that because we didn't want to kind of lose that customer direct feel, because everybody here, I'm sure, has been frustrated by an IVR voice system. But I'm seeing within the last 6 months, those technologies really improved dramatically. And I can only imagine what it's going to be in another 6. So I think those are the biggest for us.
Yeah, developer productivity has been a big one for everybody talking about. Everybody's worried about we're going to lose our jobs. But I talked to someone a few weeks back, and they had a refreshing take on that. It's like, I don't run into a lot of companies that are like, you know what, I just got so many developers sitting around, I just don't know what to do with them. Like, we've been at this deficit forever, and maybe we'll be able to catch up and actually get some of these cool things done that we want to do now that everybody's more productive. All right, so with all these changes, and there's just so much stuff going on right now in the market, and it changes every day. How do you, with all these products flying around, how do you vet these products? How do you decide what makes sense for you and your business? I think, Greg, you had a
Yes, it was interesting. We were at an event last week in a venture capital group called Iconic out of San Francisco. came in, and I asked this exact question because we're getting bombarded just like cyber was 3 or 4 years ago. There's 1,000 cyber companies that are going to be in your email box. AI companies are the same way. And his response was very simple. The big guys were not asleep at the wheel this time. The Microsofts, the Googles, you just saw Apple come out. They are not asleep. They have plenty of powder. They're actually going to vet for us in some ways because they're going to go buy these folks. The other example we gave is the first round, those that are in the first round of funding, they really don't have customers yet. So it's really important when you're looking at any of these companies that you might want to do business with. What round of funding are they in? Do they have customers? And what they look at is customer churn. Are they keeping their customers? So it's a little different slant on how you vet out. It's more of a financial vetting. It's almost be a venture capital person when you're looking at these companies. And I thought that was a great way to look at it.
One thing I would add is subscription models allow you to experiment with different partners. You don't necessarily have to go in deep with, you don't have to pick a horse at the beginning of the race. You can experiment with a variety of different partners and vendors and vet them yourselves and decide who you want to go deeper with and who it was an experiment. We tried it, and the subscription models really help you to do that. Also, I would encourage folks to, I think about experimenting with these types of technologies as like planting little seeds, and the more you plant around the organization, the more they will grow, and you'll see some grow faster than others. One of the mistakes that I feel like we've made, at least initially, was trying to centralize everything and bring everything under control, and that just slowed down and got, instead of 100 people thinking about how to leverage these technologies to provide great value, they all stepped back and let the centralized function do it, and progress slowed. So finding that balance between decentralizing, centralizing, having some freedom to experiment in different areas of the business so all those different seeds can grow has been something I would recommend.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, there's so much out there, and to Greg's point, last time I checked, I think there was about 325 in the course of 2 weeks in terms of vendors that somehow hit my inbox. So it's really hard to sift through what's real and what isn't. I need AI to sift through all the AI emails to figure out what's right. I think the biggest thing is fail fast and fail cheap, right? And find those use cases that they're not top right quadrant use cases. They don't need to be. They need to be, it was the previous panel, I think Maddie said it, right? Find the things that'll alleviate a little bit of pain from people and try to solve those and start to build the momentum there. And to your point, if you start small, how wrong can you really get it? And therefore, if it's the business process, if it's the adoption, if it's the vendor, okay, fine. Pivot quick, it's okay.
Just to add, I agree with everything here, but I think some intentionality around the amount of time that you're budgeting to investigate these technologies, right? Like we're used to purchasing cycles where we bring in a vendor and it's a very quick kind of process, right? And something like this, there's so much noise. There's signal, but there's also so much noise out there that I think we've got to be very intentional in budgeting our own time, our people's times, and certain power users from the business that can kind of weigh in on that stuff. Because if we just lump this into all right, we want to implement a chat bot, let's talk to 3 vendors, get a good price, and move forward, we're going to miss a lot of detail there. So just adding some extra time into your budget, I think will go a long way.
It's been really challenging for us to kind of add on that. When you build big, complex things out of concrete, there's a lot of planning involved. So we find ourselves in a spot where when I interact with my operations counterparts, they are used to seeing this extremely detailed waterfall schedule, as we would call it, right? Like the thought of agile when you're building a 50-story building isn't really a thing, right? That tends to go poorly. So getting them to understand, to react with speed and interact with speed has been a real challenge for us. And this is the first time we've really kind of put on an R&D hat. And man, oh man, we're learning every day. So I wouldn't underestimate that.
And I would say it's our industry, but I also think it's just this technology in general. We're very visual, so you have to show folks. And it's been really hard to show folks what's possible because no one has actually done it yet at scale. And so I think it's going to be very important to not just do, but do and show, and then allow that to be your evangelism of the product. And so have the business actually sell this more than IT selling this. We need to enable it. We cannot sell it. It's going to have to be sold by itself.
Yeah, and marketed the shit out of by somebody, right? Yeah. I mean, that's the way ultimately in this Gartner curve, you start to pull the curve from the far right to the left, is get the wins and broadcast them everywhere.
You don't build high rises like we build software. Am I going to have to change all my analogies? You don't sit around on the 30th floor and say, what are we going to build for 31? No?
No, it doesn't work that way.
All right, I'll have to redo that. So how is AI changing the skills required in your business for people? Are there new skills that people are going to need with AI here? Or are there any skills that they don't need anymore, unnecessary skills? And how are you addressing those skill gaps and the upskilling that might be necessary?
One of the first things we've done is leverage our partners. So, Calibrity, Slalom, Microsoft, many folks that are here today have all helped come into our upskilling program and give our teams some insight into what's possible and what we should be thinking about from a technology perspective. But I think the thing that I was most shocked by is how where we're seeing the most lift using Gen AI in our business has not come from technology. It's come from the business users that have just figured out how to make it work for them. Often when I talk to them about, well, how did you get this idea? It's like, well, my kid and I have been using this to help with homework. And then I thought, man, I can use this to summarize my email inbox and give me a list of exactly what I need to do to start my day every day. Or I can prepare for a sales meeting by skimming all of the notes, summarizing the past 5 months of prospecting calls and notes, and come up with a quick action list, the primary contacts that I need to communicate with. And then we've taken that from a technology perspective and made those things more scalable. But that's where we've seen a lot of lift there. So the skills are easier to learn. I would second what Maddie said. Not everybody needs a machine learning degree in order to put this to good use, and we're seeing it pop up all over in our company in different areas of the business.
I think there has been a little fear of AI is going to take my job, and that's actually not the case. It's those that don't use AI, your job's going to be gone, or you're going to be gone, your job's going to stay there. We'll have somebody else that can enable it. So we're really looking at it as productivity. And once you put it in that lens, folks gravitate to it then. They don't feel it as a threat. It's actually something they can use for their benefit. And so that's really helped. And we kind of unleashed Microsoft Bing Copilot, because there's like 500 Copilots. We unleashed that. And in 1 week, we went from like 500 hits to 96,000. And that was 1 week. And so there was a pent-up demand that we didn't realize. And once you unleash it, you let them go. And then what we've started to do is those that are the big users, we contact them and say, what are you using it for? How are you doing it? Has this helped you? Has it hurt you? And just really starting those conversations.
This could be a relative size thing for me compared to these behemoths on stage here with me, but we're of a team size where I'm not going to be bringing in people that are going to be building LLMs from scratch. We are always going to use partners to kind of move towards that, and so for us, it's much more of an integration play. Now we have sent for classes and whatnot to kind of get in the background of what these things can do, but it's not that dissimilar from integrating from any other API that we're pulling and pushing data from. So the skills, I mean, while there are some required, it's certainly not as much as one would think on the surface. And I don't think there's enough adoption yet that I'm seeing anything that people now don't need to do. The jobs still pretty much, by and large, are the same. I think in the future that'll change, but at this moment it hasn't.
So some companies, they may not be quite ready, right? They're just not at the point where they can leverage AI. But what are some practical things that they can be doing right now to prepare themselves for when they are ready to take on this new world?
Get your data in order. That's we're going through an initiative now to get all of that cleaned up because some of our future initiatives kind of hinge on that. And when you have highly normalized databases with varying qualities of data, AI is not going to really be able to help you. So I think it's something that there are huge windfall benefits even outside of AI to doing that. So I feel like it's something apart from AI we should be doing, but now combined with it, you kind of have double the impetus.
Plus 444 on that one. There's no doubt about it, right? Just the boring stuff of data quality, data governance of your key data elements. I think you can't do that enough. Something that we're certainly a bit far behind on, but we're working like hell to catch up. I think beginning to educate and find the power users or the people that are interested is something that you could be doing right now, whether you're using AI or not. Beginning to have conversations and collect the use cases never hurts. I don't think it's rocket science. I don't think this is anything to do with AI. This is every new technology transformation that moves forward is going to be based on data. It's going to be based on good quality data, and it's going to be based on trying to help coworkers solve problems. So start there.
Yeah, it's almost dust off the old playbook again. We're going to go through another cycle. Yeah, it's just, governance also falls into play here as well. You do have to put up some guardrails. I think to the point of find out who your power users are. Go out and figure out the folks that are going to ChatGPT, they're going to Gemini. They're using your network to go to these things, whether you allow it or not, because they'll just turn off the Wi-Fi on their cell phone and they're just going to use AT&T or Verizon or whomever. They're using the technology and you have to figure out how they're using it and then enable them, but within some guardrails, because you do have to protect your data. You have to secure your data. Those things all exist, no different than if you're doing an ERP. You have to protect your data, you have to secure it. This is the same vein, except this is more of your crown jewels. This is your secret sauce that you've got feeding into some of these LLMs, because it's all your documentation. You can feed in everything, so you just have to make sure it's secure.
My answer, my additionally, I would agree with everything that was said, but I would say also get your processes in order. Understand what those key processes are, how efficient they are, what your costs are. So if you start to apply a technology like AI or Gen AI to a process to enhance it, replace it, or augment it, understanding the ROI for those investments is extremely helpful. So if you can understand your baseline before you start to apply these tweaks and these overhauls, you'll be in a much better place to know whether or not you were successful or not when you actually do adopt it and go crazy with it.
So that's an interesting point about cost. And I'm starting to realize this and learn this. The energy consumption for this AI is tremendous. We probably do not have enough energy to actually supply this. The chips themselves cost $35,000 a pop. So for 10 years, we spent trying to reduce our footprint, create efficiency. It is out the window. All these players are using brute force. We're back to big servers, big chips, big energy, and so they're going to charge us for it. So we have to be very careful about the usage and how we're using this AI.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's one thing you don't hear a lot of in these conversations about AI is that cost factor, right? It really doesn't come up a lot because everybody's just so hyped on it, and they're like, oh, but I don't care what it costs, right? Let's just do it. But there's a true cost there. Do you have any advice for those folks who are building AI-based products for enterprise specifically? What kind of advice would you give to them? Like how can they best approach you? How can they best solve problems for you all? Crickets.
Are you repeat the question for me? Are you speaking from more of a vendor perspective or a user?
like a products company. If I'm developing a product for you all, you're the customer and your companies are the customers, what's the advice there for them? Like how can they best serve you? What's the best way to think about how to help you solve problems for your organizations?
Yeah, I don't think it's anything different. I don't think AI is unique. I think it's seek to understand the real business problems that need to be solved. I think it's educate, right? Because this stuff's all changing so fast. I don't know about you guys. I certainly don't have enough time to keep up with it in my day on top of everything else. So educate and seek to be a business partner through those channels. Because if you can seek to understand the real business problem, you can educate how you could actually solve it without lying and feeding a bunch of bullshit, I think you win.
Amen.
I don't think it's anything more than that.
Yeah.
I'd add to that too, focus. I think what I'm seeing is that everyone now has an AI offering, and when this AI offering is like a bolt-on, like AI-powered office furniture, like whatever that is, I'm wondering what this, you're in, all right, sold, he's sold. Wondering what the true skill level is there, and are we gonna be able to deliver? And so I feel like if you're wanting to go into this space and deliver solutions, don't let it be a bolt-on, let it be a core competency, let it be a major focus. And I know jettisoning other stuff probably is not palpable, but yeah, I think just focus in general.
I think it's, to your point, Ryan, it's coming to the same way you've come with every other kind of initiative or project or solution, but also with the concept of sharing risk. I do not want to accept all the risk for you coming in and trying out something you've never done before. In some ways, I feel like that's the case right now. Let's share the risk. I'm willing to invest if you're willing to invest, but don't make it all my problem because you haven't done it before. So I think that's why we're kind of at that initial stage as well. No one's wanting to share risk.
I mentioned subscription model earlier, but the key point is make it easy and not cost prohibitive to just try it. So experimenting, make it really easy to give it a shot to see if it's going to work for you. That's one thing that I think I would advise.
We have a couple of minutes left. One thing you all mentioned ROI earlier. We had a question that we kind of cut from the list, but have you guys given any thought to, and I'm not saying like give me the formula, but like are things you're thinking about when it comes to ROI for these AI-based solutions, anything that jumps out at you as like might be a hidden gem for other folks that they might want to consider?
Talk about the elephant in the room. I struggle with ROI. I have for 25 years to try to take a technology and say, okay, I got this business return. So I'll give the great example. I used to work for a huge brokerage, and you brought a CRM system to the brokers, and they say, well, how is this going to save money, or how's this going to increase revenue? I go, I can't, because the brokers are never going to tell you that they got the business because of the CRM system. They got it because they're a great broker. And so I think the AI is in kind of that space. I think unless you have hard costs you can pull out, I don't know that you can have an ROI, but I think you can have great use cases where I saved 30 minutes or I saved 4 days off of a timeline. That's real. So I think you need to get to the real hard benefits as opposed to the soft benefits, which seems to be floating around right now.
Yeah, I've not tried to play fun with numbers because I think that's a losing exercise right now. We have tried to start thinking about this in terms of two things. Can we automate something so that we can use those hours to do something else that's more impactful? Or can we aid our knowledge workers in making better decisions? And if you can do one of those two things, then you may have a use case for AI. Matter of fact, you may have a use case for technology, right? But in this realm, you have a use case for AI. And we haven't gone any further than that in terms of ones and zeros and dollar signs.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We are at time. Thanks, everybody. Let's thank the panel. You guys did a great job. They weren't boring. Okay. Tracy, you coming up? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought Zach was coming up to introduce you.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll run with it, Zach. You're in the back of the room. Hi, I'm Tracy Ruberg, the Executive Director of the Circuit. We are the largest IT technology association in the region. I'm very happy to say that all of these folks are actively involved in the organization. But we are very excited that the timing came together. We are announcing, and it's open starting today, the proving ground where ideas meet reality. We are accepting submissions for your use cases, and we've got partners who are coming together to build out your use case for you and publish the results. We have a great team of people that will be evaluating those. We will be announcing the winner of the use case at our September 12th Best of Tech Awards event, which is a great time that celebrates IT and technology in this region. So we look forward to seeing the ideas and the use cases you guys put forward and seeing what comes of it here in the future to show solid results, real-world examples to what these guys are saying, be able to give you something tangible and pulling all those pieces and parts together. So I look forward to talking to all of you and learning more. Thanks.
All right, another round of applause for our CIOs from these very exciting companies to counter Ryan's earlier comment. All right, so quick housekeeping. We will dive into lunch now, and the following panels will start at 12:40 sharp. So the 12:30 panels, as they were originally scheduled, will start at 12:40, and that gives you some time to get to where you want to go, get some food in the back, and talk to these fine folks if you have questions for them. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you at the next sessions. This panel session is AI and the human in the loop. I think this is an important topic for everyone that is exploring integrating AI into their team, into their organization, into their various workflows. And in fact, you can't be considering how to integrate AI without considering this key topic. That said, I would like to introduce our moderator, Whitney Barkley. Whitney, I'll give you the opportunity to introduce yourself and the panel. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Whitney Barkley. I am the director of the Greater West Dayton Incubator and owner of Speakerazi, and I'm super excited to be moderating this panel, which is all about AI and humans in the loop. So I want to kind of set the tone before we get started, because I know for those of us who are familiar, humans in a loop may be a kind of a second nature term for us. And for those who are pretty new to the concept, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So humans in a loop is just simply means that AI and humans are actively involved in that AI process. So we know AI can do a ton of things on its own, but there are times that we need human judgment and oversight to make sure that things are not only running smoothly, but also ethically. And so when we look at AI, there are many different parts, from development to designing and training and to making decisions and ultimately mistakes. So humans can be a part of all of these things. And one thing that I think is important to know is a recent study by McKinsey. So they found that as many as 85% of AI projects still require some level of human oversight to make sure that things are being accurate and reliable. Now, there's a lot of different viewpoints. Some people think that by keeping humans involved, we're going to get the best of both worlds. So we'll get the speed and the power of AI with human intuition and decision making. And then there are some who are critical, and they believe that humans in the loop could possibly create bottlenecks and also repeat inefficiencies that prevent companies from reaching its true productivity potential. So today I'm excited to work with our panelists and have a conversation about humans in the loop. So I want to first by introducing our panelists. So next to me we have Matt Strippelhoff. So Matt Strippelhoff is the CEO of Red Hawk Technologies, where he heads the company in providing custom software development and support services to ensure operational stability for mid-market clients. Next to Matt, we have Ms. Caitlin Berthold. And so Caitlin brings her expertise to AI and technology innovation, and she contributes to the development and ethical implementation of AI systems. She's currently the marketing director at Level 6 Cybersecurity in my stomping grounds of Dayton, Ohio. And then next, we have Tim Hooligan. So Tim Hooligan is a consultant with Centric Consulting. And then finally, we have Maddie Bell, who is the CEO of Scheduler AI, specializing in AI-driven scheduling solutions. So I want to hop right into it and get right into the panel. So I briefly kind of mentioned you guys' title, but I want you to talk to us a little bit about your background and explains what your definition of humans in a loop means to you. We'll start with you, Matt.
Great, thank you for the introduction. Pleased to be here. My background is in more on the business side of things, but I started Red Hawk Technologies about a little over 16 years ago, and we've experienced all kinds of changes and advancements in technology, and actually have a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree, believe it or not. So for those of you who saw Dinesh speak yesterday, a lot of people in the room were here for that, hopefully. Yeah, amazing, and what really resonated with me is how he talked about the human being and how different we are than the machine, and really only humans are capable of insight. So I think that's why human in the loop is so incredibly important.
Hello, there we go. Absolutely to that. With Level 6 Cybersecurity, I have the privilege of marketing the product, but also designing it. So when I see humans in the loop, that is, from a zoomed out perspective, we have the development side of that, we have the end user side of that, and you also have the training of the data that ends up making your product. So it's odd, you can either think of it as one loop with many stops, or you can think of it as 3 loops and 3 applications of AI as you go along. And yeah, in terms of those loops, sometimes the human is responsible for parameterizing data, sometimes they are in charge of accuracy, sometimes they are in charge of feedback loops. Either way, you have a consistent guardrail of human involvement when you are dealing with developing AI technologies and then also using them or incorporating them into your business.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Houlihan.
So I'm the AI capability lead at Centric, and my background is from the technical side. So I started in software development, moved over into data science about 2012 in deep learning. And when I think of human in the loop, I think of even earlier AI. So when I was running a deep learning team from 2015 to 2019, and we did conversational B2B analytics, and our training sets had to be manually categorized in terms of successful call, or was it about a certain topic, or scored, or those things. And to do that, you use humans to train that, as was just being said. And you know, a lot of people learning machine learning are just used to data sets out on the web. They're already labeled for you in these things. And then all of a sudden you have workers, you know, debating, well, what's a good call and a bad call, and what's this category, and all those things. You very quickly learn that a lot of that process and training is really key to successful AI.
Yeah, so we have the unique distinction of being people who built AI before AI was cool. And it's really, it's an interesting space to be in, right? So when I left my job at Procter & Gamble running a $1 billion brand to go work on an AI startup, you know, people hadn't even heard of OpenAI, right? So the conversation would go like, okay, so it's this thing, and you talk to it. And when you do, it understands what you say and it does something, right? And people were like, what, right? Which was tough. And then we had the meteor hit the Earth. But then something new happened, right? I'd go in and they'd be like, I hear you have a genie. Well, I have 3 wishes, right? And I was like, we've overcorrected. So that's kind of the experience, right? I have the unique ability to see AI from all angles, in that we have built patented AI, we have sold AI and talked to people about their value equations, we have onboarded people to AI, and the one that I think is the most interesting is we have seen how people actually adopt it, and what people actually need from it. And I think that's where a lot of, you know, you can read what you read, which is what a lot of people are saying tangentially, but especially when they're using big tools, they're not actually seeing that usage behavior. They're not actually seeing that adoption. And I think that's been a really cool part of this journey, is we've started to see things that maybe sound like what you're reading in the news, but are a little bit different when you put them into practice.
Thank you. So as we can see, our panelists come from a spectrum of ends. And one of the things that I think is most important is to think about how can we visualize, right? So one of the things that I'm curious about from you guys is to understand how human involvement has improved AI outcomes in your in your projects or your industry. So can you give us kind of an example so we can kind of paint a picture in our heads of how this could be beneficial?
Sure, I can start there. We recently rolled out a code assist AI product for one of our customers, and they're in the medical billing space. And this is something I think from a very practical way that the audience should be thinking about if you're looking at developing an AI solution to, in this case, expedite productivity and reduce errors and omissions and increase cash flow. So in the medical billing space, there's a tremendous amount of medical codes that medical coders have to select from when they review the services that were provided, when they bill the insurance companies. And if they get it wrong, the insurance companies is just going to flat out deny that. And it could be 90 days, 120 days, could be even longer before you get that remediated and get that cash in hand. So this has a tremendous amount of business impact. But when you're thinking about human in the loop, and I liked how you illustrated that the human in the loop, they're truly the experts on the data. They have all the knowledge. What the AI model has is just the data set. And it's using the algorithms that it's trained on, it's using statistical data to try and predict what it should respond with. And so you have to first determine what level of accuracy is acceptable before you can start using that in a production environment. And then where are your experts, your human beings involved in that process to get to that level of accuracy so that you can release it into production. So in this case, we wanted to reach at least an 80 or 90% level of accuracy before our expert knowledge workers, those individuals actually deciding what medical codes to use when billing the insurance providers, were then included in that workflow to train the model and provide feedback. So it starts with the engineering team, it starts with a really concrete plan. Now, once we reached, and this only recently happened, and it took months to get there, months and months to get here, we reached 98% accuracy with a specific set of medical codes. Now that is autopilot. We automated that, only those medical codes, we automated those to bypass the human coder. So the machine is continuing to learn, but we're using the actual knowledge workers to train the model, and they don't have to be software engineers. We just incorporate that into the normal workflow. And that's human in the loop for us.
Awesome, yeah. I love it because we kind of have a bit of a similar story. With Level 6 cybersecurity, we like to say that we are made by CISOs for CISOs, and it's true. Our step one was having CISOs parameterize the specific data that goes into cybersecurity into 23 domains. If you've worked in that, you're going to recognize domains like cybersecurity and awareness, endpoint protection, network security, 23 of those, okay? And those CISOs parameterize that so that data could be filtered in and then studied by the model. Now, that's first human in the loop. Step 2 human. We have an incredible team of OSINT data harvesters that are overseen by Katherine Jackson. You probably heard her speak on day 1. She's incredible. She has an amazing team. And they actually scrub the data going into the model for its accuracy, completeness, and quality. That's another place where we have the human in the loop. Once it enters our machine learning model, because we are an AI product that is based out of machine learning and a little bit of deep learning, we have those same subject experts saying, okay, is this running properly? Are the equations working properly? You know, if we're using correlation science, if we're using statistics as a basis for our outputs, are those functioning? Are they correct? And so they're monitoring that. That's another human in the loop that doesn't need as much hands-on as like the data scrubbers, but they are checking. And then of course you have the last human in the loop, which is your evaluation stage. Is what's coming out accurate? People know what's accurate. I mean, if you're looking at a cybersecurity question and it says, you know, actually you don't need it, you'll be fine. Not accurate. And just so you know, that's never, ever happened. So you have that system of checks, and that kind of goes all the way through, and that's how our product, which is an AI cybersecurity advisor software, is able to deliver the proper insights on how businesses are able to customize to their organization the best strategy for the best ROI and how they can best protect themselves. That's how it is able to do that complex task most accurately.
To think of a couple of practical examples of recent projects where we've had return from human in the loop, one that jumps to mind is a fairly traditional machine learning. So this is a company that does a lot of projects, both software projects, but also out in the field, hardware and construction. And they were having technical architects do deep analysis and estimates of all their projects and spending multiple days on these. And we found from the intake form that we could do a pretty good rough estimation of what the project was. And naturally, the architects kind of, hemmed and hawed at this and felt like they could do it better. And, there was sort of this implied, John Henry and the steel driving man, like who could do it better, right? AI or the machine. But we got past the argument even because we pointed out that it still had to go hit a PMO stage gate, and they were investing all this work up front. And so by simply letting AI do the high-level estimate before it got to the stage gate, then the PMO might change scope anyways, and then it's, and might deny the project. So by moving the architect's work to afterwards and then giving them the AI output as a starting point for the estimate, you both reduce the workload, but also just you put it further down the funnel where you're not wasting time on projects that don't work. I would also quickly cite an anti-pattern of human in the loop. So we had one company come to us and they were really excited. They were going to put their legal terms and services through ChatGPT in real time and present them to their customers. Thankfully, we stopped that from happening. Human in the loop to have them run that through and then provide that to an attorney who understood that language and then reviewed and put out that document was a better form of human in the loop.
So it's interesting, right? You have human in the loop. So I have two experiences to speak from. One, obviously, I do the AI buildy thing. But two, we're a business that is small, trying to compete with businesses that are big. And when I was at a Fortune 10 company, technology like this may have been seen as a nice to have, right? We can throw bodies at anything at those companies. If you have a small company, again, size matters here. And so recently I was in a session with his name is Dr. Benjamin Hardy, and he wrote a book called The Gap and the Gain. And he said that if you're gonna try to pursue impossible things, impossible growth, then your future has to pull you more than your past pushes you. He kept going with lots of things I didn't understand, but I got that part. And the reason why that is important is if you constrain yourself to say, I don't have these things, I rely on this tech, my future company is going to operate like a big company but be a small company, then the role of human in the loop with your AI growth changes dramatically. And I'll get really tangible with what I mean on that. We ask our people if they can use AI for every single thing they're trying to do. Because I may have a programmer come to me and say, great, I think I can get this done by Friday. Awesome, if you use Copilot, can you get it done tomorrow? And the first reaction you get from that is, I literally just told you Friday, what do you mean tomorrow? But you need people to start the thinking there. And that's Dr. Benjamin Hardy's point. If I told you you had to get it done tomorrow, not Friday, the way you would go about solving that problem is completely different. You'd be like, well, now AI is not a nice to have. I have to have it because you just told me that I've got to get it done by tomorrow, and apparently this thing can help me out. So I always talk to people about kind of when you bring the human in the loop, it starts with the expectations you set for the humans and the way they set expectations for themselves, because that defines the problem-solving process. If I tell you that you have till Friday, you are going to try to solve the problem differently than if I tell you you have 3 hours. So that is one piece that I always say is like, yes, we use human in the loop and we challenge people to use AI just because we want to know, what would you be capable of? How could you get it done 3x faster? Even if you don't end up going that route, you should be asking those questions. So that's one piece. Before you even start with what does a human do, it's like, what are the expectations we've set? The second piece of that for us specifically is even when you get to those more advanced levels of, okay, we've got this dialed in at 98%. You mentioned McKinsey says that 85% of tasks they think a human should be in the loop. I think they're 15% short. You should not have technology in your company. You're like, where's that technology and what's it doing? No one knows. Like, that's a horrible idea. And so even when you get into autopilots where we are and agents where we are, the human in the loop controls the criteria and it controls the grading of the process, right? So we need to enable people using our AI agents to say, look, you will do this. And this is the criteria of the work you must do next. And this is where I go to see if you did it right. So that if you didn't do it right, I can change the criteria and I can go and edit. So for us, even in the world of agentive AI, where your agents are working while you sleep, we believe that it should be 100% a human in the loop. But rather than, again, walking the dog, telling it to sit, doing all this, you're now controlling criteria and whether or not they got it right and correcting it in a non-machine learning, very easy fashion.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think you all gave pretty diverse examples. And speaking to your point, Maddie, I'm thinking about the future. And one thing that I want to ask you all is, how do we ensure that humans stay in the loop? You know, as models get more advanced, the technology grows, you know, there can be a temptation to over-rely on technology versus thinking about having humans, right? So I'm very curious, in your perspective, how do we always ensure that there's that checks and balance and we're always incorporating humans into our processes?
Thank you. I don't know that that's a real big problem, honestly. We think about where innovation comes from. It comes from people. It doesn't come from machines. It's not going to come from AI. I think we're just going to continuously find ways to live and have a human experience and find innovation, and AI is going to free us up to do a lot more creative thinking. You know, one of the biggest challenges that I run into, and I know other business leaders run into, and we see this all the time with coaching and peer groups that we meet with, is making time for deep thought. And why is that so important for leaders? Because that's where innovation comes from. So I don't think AI is going to challenge or threaten that in any way.
Yeah, there's always the room for the human guardrail. There's always the bit that human only can do when it comes to AI. One of the things I was thinking of when prompted with this question of thinking about the future was the most present future that we can see with AI involves how do we trust it as consumers or as business integrators or as developers? How do you trust the answers that are coming from it, and how do you certify that the data that your AI model is trained on is coming from an ethical source, a diverse source, an accurate source? So truly, I think one of the first stages that you're going to see as we expand the capabilities and the uses of AI across the board is some kind of certification of pedigree or of quality in the data sets that are being used to create these cutting edge products. And in those processes, there will be a human in the loop. So that when the small business can't actually put the manpower to putting a human in every stage of it, you can certify that the data that's going in to your neural network there has been a human on it. I think it's going to go somewhere in that direction.
Yeah, maybe just, so I agree with everything said. So maybe to take a different spin on this, I would talk about some of the AI that has the human least in the loop. So I think of reinforcement learning with that. So you'll see that in financial markets for day trading, like when they're just doing extremely fast trading on just at a pace that a human trader could not with a day trader. So or an example with us, we work with a renewable energy company, and it's an interesting business. They go to dairy farmers and put digesters on top of the cow manure and generate methane gas off that. And they sell the gas, and the dairy farmer gets a cut of it, and so everybody wins. And that machinery, that digester, has parameters that can get tuned in terms of how much oxygen, there's a metal catalyst that goes in, there's a variety of things. Right now, they just sort of hunt and peck at that, and we're in the process of discussing with them how to put reinforcement learning on it. It's a perfect use case for it. It's just like how, if you look at the AI that was built that could play StarCraft and things like that. You're talking fast reactions to a lot of inputs. But even then, if there's some sort of systemic shift, if the cow is in a different altitude or they're being fed something different, something else outside the system, then a human needs to know when to maybe reset and bring in a new algorithm or bring in new data inputs or other things like that. And you see that with quantitative traders. It hasn't completely put folks out of business that they just let an AI run forever on quantitative markets and move away from it. It just becomes a strategic higher level.
So the question was, how do you maintain the human in the loop when it comes to AI? And I have a very simple answer. You hold the human accountable for the results. At the end of the day, guys, we have a lot of tools that work for us. I worked at a very large company and had a lot of direct reports, and they did a lot of stuff for me, fully autonomously. I didn't have to do anything. But when it came down to it, and I was in the room representing the work, I had to be held accountable. And guess what? If something was broken and I wasn't delivering my result and it wasn't accurate and it wasn't true, I engaged. I mean, even something as simple as driving your car to work in the morning. You may not worry what's going on under the hood of that car all day, but if it breaks down on the side of the highway, you're getting in there and figuring out and calling people, right? Like, you're in there. And it's going to be the same way, right? Like, we're going to set up these tools. We're going to control these AI agents. We're going to be accountable for the results. And when we're not getting the results, we're gonna go have people accountable for that, whether those are QA people, legal people, commercial people, technical people, right? There's a lot of controls and constraints in your organizations already, and it's all built behind the same type of accountability. So how do you keep a human in the loop? Hold them accountable.
I love that. What you said kind of reminds me of that saying, when you know better, you do better. And when I think about AI, I think sometimes the convenience of AI can sometimes overshadow our wisdom. There was actually a study by MIT that suggests that AI can make people over-rely on technology for the right answers and partially diminish their sense of responsibility. So I'm curious for the panel, how do we ensure that people remain responsible and are using their judgment when using AI?
Accountability. And training and policies. These are all things that we heard earlier this week in responsible AI, right? I think you need to take the time to train your people, find out what tools they're already using, because they're already using them, whether you're aware or not, and help them understand what those tools are really doing. There's a lot of hype, there's so much hype, and then a lot of folks don't realize how much hallucination is actually going on in some of these products. So if they know they're going to be held accountable for whatever's being generated, and they know that those tools are generating sometimes hallucinations or making things up, and they're not prompt engineers, they're not trained on that, but they're going to be held accountable, guess what they're going to do? They're going to get a lot better at prompt engineering, even if they don't know what they're doing. They're going to be, again, asking for the sources. They're going to be saying in their prompts, don't hallucinate, don't make things up. Only use the information available to you from whatever source, right? So I think it's going to be a lot of training and a lot of accountability has to be in play.
Yeah, the accountability piece is just, that's the rock on the shore. The waves are breaking around it. It's going to remain steadfast. I think on the design front, I think that this is something that can be addressed if you think of it like, how can I design this product or this interface to encourage or guide my user to use this responsibly? There is going to be, even within that though, a degree of, we'll call it the willy-nilliness. Someone's going to use it, someone's going to try to break it. They will probably succeed at a certain point. Right now, we see so many examples of people succeeding in breaking or tricking AI. To combat that, it's a draft thought, okay? It's like a second draft thought, but I think that more AI should deliver results with degrees of confidence in the answer that it has. So if you're going to tell me that I have these three options, is this a 90% confident answer? Is this an 80% confident answer? Then as a human, I can say, okay, like there is a 20% chance that there are purple elephants on the roof and that the AI just told me that this is a fact. I see the confidence is low. I can make the decision as a human and we can all move on being almost positive that there are no purple elephants on the roof.
I'm chuckling at that, thinking about like self-driving cars, thinking like, I'd be a little nervous if I saw like I'm an 85% chance that I should make this turn right now. But, but like maybe that's what you need, is to say like, hey, we're encountering unusual conditions, lower probabilities, you should grab the wheel, Interesting. I'll stay on the accountability theme. I think I agree with my fellow panelists here. I would say that one of the things that I thought of as you were talking first about accountability and how the human plays into it is one of my favorite definitions of AI, and that's that AI is what's just beyond the horizon. Because when Monte Carlo techniques were first coming around, that was considered AI, or when regression was first around, that was considered AI, and now people say, well, it's traditional AI, or it's machine learning. So it's kind of a constantly moving bar. And so once we get past that curve and people have adopted and they have literacy in the area and all of those things, it's easy to see that the human's accountable for it. Even if they, if a trader used one of those algorithms or did a Monte Carlo simulation and they did it inappropriately, we hold that person accountable. But when we look forward, we don't always apply that same thought of accountability. So I think that's really insightful.
So it's interesting, right? When you think about AI, you should be thinking about it as a force multiplier. And the question asked was, well, if everybody has this, are they intrinsically going to become more lazy? So if you dig into that one double click, right? If I force multiply something that is well thought out, something that has been tested and honed, I think good things are going to happen. If I force multiply laziness, you really think we're going to get real far with that? Right? Like, you can literally talk to teachers today that I'm like, I know that was written by AI. Lazy AI just multiplies laziness. And at some point, if we have accountability, which most businesses do, you will figure out that problem and solve it. So just like when computers came around, right? I'm sure there were professors saying, well, what if people use this to plagiarize papers? They have been plagiarizing papers with pencils for years, right? So like, of course they're gonna abuse these tools. Yes, 100%. But most good teachers can figure out who's plagiarizing. And at some point, especially in the business that I have, my AI's sole role in its existence is connect one person into a face-to-face conversation with another person. And when that happens, if you've been using lazy AI the whole way, people will sniff you out because people are still people and people have not changed.
Thank you. So staying in kind of that future thought, how do you all see the role of humans in AI evolving? So are there any type of trends or outlooks that we should be looking at?
I think we're going to continue to accelerate, and I think the relationship between the human and the machine is going to grow. As far as trends or research, I think we're all kind of figuring this out as we go. I'm not looking at any specific sources for that necessarily. I'm just trying to keep my pulse on what's going on. And then, you know, as a business, we're spending a lot of time reflecting on how do we make sure that our customers understand the importance of the human in the loop, training those models, the limits of their data sets, how do we train on their data, and how important it is to have the human in the loop because they're really the expertise. They're the experts on the data, and they can generate those insights that the AI is never going to generate. So I think the relationship between human and machine is going to continue to accelerate, and machines won't replace humans.
100%. Last night when I was talking to my husband about this panel, we were talking about this subject line, and I was like, you know what? Sometimes you have Tony Stark, who's an incredible mind. If you're familiar with the DC verse, or I'm sorry, Marvel. Excuse me. It's nervous up here. It's nervous energy. I'm so sorry. Tony Stark, brilliant man. Then you have the suit, a brilliant suit, brilliant technology. But do you have a superhero until Tony Stark is in the suit? No. When you put them together, you have Iron Man. The suit is amazing. It can do amazing things. The man is amazing. He can think amazing things. The man in the suit makes a hero. And I think that's kind of where you're going with that, is where AI has the ability to really come alongside people.
Yeah, I think the trends I'm keeping an eye on. So I think this came up in one of the panels yesterday. I think the impact in education is going to be pretty big. I think it's going to have to change how we teach certain things, and I think starting to see, you know, where there's a lot of technology that they've been trying to embed into the various specialty majors, but I really think you're going to see that here, right? So courses on how do I use AI more effectively in insurance or things and such. I'm actually going to a conference later this fall the University of Akron's having on this theme of like literacy and enablement. And I think the other trend will just be I think empowerment of smaller companies and efforts. So one of the use cases I think on generative is just prototyping really quickly, right? And you look at what it does with video, and we all laugh when the person's got 6 fingers in the AI video and all of that. But it's going to get better, and it still conveys a really effective prototype. So now, if I'm a large marketing company, you know, I'm the Don Draper of the world, and I save on, my prototyping to pitch to Coca-Cola, it's a drop in the bucket, but it's a little bit of savings. But if I'm a small boutique marketing shop and I can use AI to generate the concept video for Coca-Cola, and I happen to have the right creative idea, that percentage, change of efficiency for a small business is huge. So I think that's the other trend I expect to see.
So we have the unique vantage point of building on the edge, meaning we're like Lois and Clark out in the middle of, So there are two things that are coming, and honestly, at this point, these aren't questions, these are realities, so just preparing everybody. Agentive AI is happening now. What that means is fully autonomous AI agents trained on specific human workflows to achieve specific outcomes. Those agents will need to have an elevated sense of how these human interactions happen, which is why we believe they will play in concert, like a football team, right? One agent will throw the ball to the next and they're hyper trained, and that's how you bottle a human experience. So multi-agentive AI is 100% being built. It is being built today. Our fully autonomous AI agents have set or saved over $3 million worth of qualified sales meetings in the last 90 days with zero human involvement. So I just want to be clear, this is not like tomorrow, this is today. You're all fine. It's okay, big deep breaths. So that's the first thing that is coming, and I think that's why the ability for the human to work with an AI workforce as the managers, as the people in charge, is really, really important to start now. Start those mannerisms and those expectations and those skillings now. The second thing that is coming, it was mentioned on the last panel, and I don't know if everybody caught it. The compute required for the demand of AI is reaching a really interesting point, right? We all want it. It takes a lot of compute. And Microsoft's pretty much signaled, and it's 100% clear, that instead of moving all that compute into the cloud and having all the servers, eventually they will revert that back into the devices. So once again, on platform OS level AI is, talk to Savo at Pieces, he's already there. And most people are like, cool, AI is going to live in my computer. What does that mean? What it really means is, you mentioned Iron Man. He's able to talk to the suit, right? And that suit knows everything he's looked at and everything he's done all day, and it's taking constant notice of what's happening on that device so that it can play it back to him. So the power of OS level AI, an AI where your device not only can talk to you about everything you've seen or done on your computer. Again, not to freak anybody out, that is not a future fantasy, that is a current reality. And the cool part is it's being built in Cincinnati, Ohio. So there are people around you working on the edge, and we're not scary people. We actually have morals and beliefs, and we want to see businesses grow. So again, I'm giving a breakout on this later, but yes, it's coming. We're all okay. That's my point of view on what's next.
Thank you so much. Guys, we're heading to the end of our panel for today, so I wanted to thank you all for sharing your insights. Can everybody give them a round of applause? They did an amazing job. So thank you for breaking down the human in the loop concept. Hopefully you all are leaving with more insight and more thought on how to incorporate it as a part of your business or your normal practice. So I'm going to pass it back to Zach.
Thanks so much, Whitney. Another round of applause for this panel. Thank you, guys. Next up, we'll invite to the stage Monica Turner from Nexigen, along with Chris Hensley and Marshall Halsley. The focus here is Microsoft Copilot for your team, your organization. I'm going to pass it off to Monica. Thank you very much.
Man, if you look at all the attendees that we've had here, this thing is bigger than the freaking Catalina wine mixer, am I right? All right, by a show of hands, who's been here with us all 3 days? Yes, look at that. All right, well, let's keep our excitement and energy up as we talk to Chris Hensley. I work for Nexogen, and he is our very own CTO at Nexogen. And then Marshall Priest, who is a director at Microsoft, and he's been showing me some amazing things that he has been doing with Microsoft Copilot in preparation for this. Chris, this question is for you. Can you give us a brief description of Microsoft Copilot?
Sure. So everyone's heard the term Copilot, especially over the last few days. It's been thrown around a lot. Microsoft has honestly turned a lot of different things into Copilot. Bing Chat Enterprise is now Copilot Search. But Copilot essentially integrates in their whole ecosystem. You have Copilot within Outlook. You have Copilot within Dynamics, GitHub. There's a Copilot for security, like a security assistant. Sorry about that. But today we're going to focus on Copilot for Microsoft 365, which is their organizational level Copilot that essentially, if you look at the slide behind me here, it essentially takes the Microsoft Graph along with your files and your data, and it creates like a grounding structure for your AI assistant. The most basic way to put it is Copilot basically does your pre and post-processing of your prompts. Essentially, that's kind of the best explanation I've heard.
Yeah, and I'm Marshall Pursley, so I lead a technical sales team at Microsoft, and so I'm going to be talking today a little bit from a perspective of both one who is out helping companies figure out how to best use Copilot or AI alongside other business applications like CRMs, ERPs, and low-code technologies. That's kind of what I do in my day job. And then also, I'll be speaking a little bit to using Copilot as a practitioner, just as a person who's wanting to be more productive in my day. And so I would just say, to your point exactly, Chris, you said it well. I guess I would only add that there are a lot of Copilots out there. One thing, we are a good engineering company. Naming and branding is maybe not as much of our thing, and so we have our Copilot. So we're consistent at least on that. But I think you said it well, and I think one of the things that's fun for me is I tend to play in the space where I'm trying to help companies leverage an AI solution in context of a line of business. So a customer service organization, a sales organization, a marketing organization, maybe it's field service or supply chain. Those are really huge opportunities to leverage AI, generative AI, alongside the other kinds like machine learning and predictive. Yep.
Great, thanks guys for that. So Microsoft Copilot is designed to enhance productivity. How can humans leverage this tool to automate routine tasks and improve efficiencies?
So I'll start with that one. One example I wanted to share with you is a story that's actually about Microsoft. So we were customer zero on our customer service Copilot solution. And so what I wanted to do was share some of the things we've learned. We've been on Copilot and generative AI in our customer service software for about a year. One of the things you should know about our customer service team. So we deal with about 145 million connections with customers per year. We have about 10,000 agents, and we're out across about 120 different countries. So it's a very large organization we're talking about. About a year ago, we started to introduce capabilities around Copilot and within our Dynamics 365 customer service tool. And one of the things we saw right away was in the first 4 months, we ended up optimizing so as you may know, for customer service organizations, one of the lifebloods of that organization is knowledge articles, because that's what the agents are using to address the questions. We optimized 67,000 articles in about 4 months, and we learned a lot about where we had good knowledge and where we had not so good knowledge that needed to be enhanced. So the idea of understanding what you have in your data is critical, because it's kind of the old garbage in, garbage out mindset there. So we optimized a lot of knowledge. The other thing to think about, and the reason I like this example, is customer service orgs are really savvy at using data to kind of justify or define their return on investment. And so I think a customer service org is a great place to look for how do we get smart about using data and showing and proving the value. And so What I wanted to mention was, over time, as the agents started using the tools, I listed out on the slide 4 key areas around how an agent would use this. So they would use it for a conversation summary. Imagine you're having a chat as a consumer with an agent or a bot, and over time, this chat gets long. Well, as an agent, as it goes to a human agent, the human agent needs to know what's been talked about so the person's not repeating themselves. Or maybe it's a long email thread that's been going on for weeks and months. You can even have the AI read through the entirety of that. And so there's conversation summary. Oops, I think we were advanced one too far. That's all right. There we go. So that case summary is another one. So if you've got a whole history on this ticket or this case, summarizing that very quickly. Asking a question. So asking a question on the knowledge base to get better answers. And then drafting an email or any kind of message. So drafting that content. Those are really 4 key ways the agent started using the tools. And then what you can see on the left-hand side is really just some of the performance improvements. And these are material numbers. If you look at them by columns, the first column really speaks to just doing things, doing more, right? So we were doing more cases per year per agent. The second column really speaks to doing faster. First, like resolution of issues, and the third column really speaks to what we call like helping these agents be super agents, or you could think of it as just better. When you think about a customer service agent, or in our case, an engineer, as we call them, a customer service engineer, we need to onboard them quickly, right? And we want them to be effective quickly. So new employees were able to ramp up much more quickly, and also they were able to solve problems with less help needed from peers. And so that's kind of what you see in the results there. And then one other piece that isn't on the slide, but I think is powerful, is I think the average case resolution time improved by 31%. Which is just massive for customer service organizations. I can't even underscore that enough. You'd be lucky to get a couple percentage points sometimes of improvement, and we're talking 31. So it's had a huge impact, and that's just a real tangible way to talk about measurable results.
Yeah, and personally, I use it every day. I mean, so a lot of people have talked about gains in productivity and things like that. I use it for ideas. So if I have to do something and I'm like, what are the best ways to do this? And it'll kind of, spit out all its answers, and I'll just be able to take those, like, okay, I put it in my own words, or to take that and kind of use that as a structure to be able to then build from there. So there's lots of gains in productivity that can be had with Copilot for sure.
And then I just wanted to offer one more example before we move into the next topic is, so I've talked about I talked about line of business, right? The first line of business I mentioned was customer service. This example I want to show is just a little 1-minute video that's going to show for you the way we are thinking about AI informing the other side of the spectrum, a marketing organization. So this is this little video is going to walk you through a journey where a marketer is trying to create a campaign. The marketer is trying to figure out, how do I segment my audience? How do I create my content? How do I make sure my content is on brand equity? And then ultimately, how do I publish it and then optimize it over time? So it goes fast. That's why I wanted to tell you that up front. But there was a topic earlier, the previous panel mentioned about the idea of scale, and the impact of that for small business or medium business can be powerful. It can be big and large as well, but when you think about the power of this in the hands of a marketer, I get really excited. And so let's go ahead and play the video on the website here. So she's prompting the AI to build a campaign, starting to segment some audiences, looking at a possible journey. Now she's integrating with an asset management tool that has brand equity elements that she's using. And now she's tailoring the content. So now she's simulating her segmentation, running her campaign or her journey. And now she's optimizing her campaign with a little bit of an A/B testing, if you will, figuring out what images will land better with her audience. Awesome. So I just want to give you that flavor of a different way to look at it as well. Then those are, again, two just really specific line of business areas where we're seeing generative AI play.
Great. So collaboration and communication is key to any organization. How does Microsoft Copilot?
First,
oh, let me.
it's so easy
sorry,
to
give me
use.
1 second. Well, it's not on the screen. Sorry, technical difficulties. Let's see.
Should we just do the old?
Yep, let's unplug it and plug it back in.
Yep.
Who works for an IT company in here?
Right. It still works today.
There we go. See how that always works? All right. So collaboration and communication is key to any organization. How does Microsoft Copilot facilitate better communication among team members?
You know, I know it was mentioned on some panels previously, but the fact that you no longer have to take notes at a meeting and to be able to get summaries from a meeting or to be able to set an agenda to a meeting, and honestly, it takes away a lot of the busy work and allows you to focus on the content that you're going to be discussing, you know.
Yeah, and what I wanted to show was just a couple of real examples of ways I'm using it. So now I'm going to move into more of a practitioner mindset of just day to day. So as I mentioned before, my role is involved with working with our technical sales team, where we usually envision how a company can try to leverage the tools and technologies to improve their business. Well, the way we think about that is really starting with understanding our customers more deeply. And so here's an example that I recorded a couple of videos to show you, not because I couldn't do this live, but I think I just sped it up a little bit to give us a little bit more time. I'm going to speak over what you're going to start to see on the screen here, but I just want to get real practical around, like, this example is from something I did earlier this week. We were having a pipeline generation brainstorm or hack with some account executives, and I did this on about 5 customer accounts that we were talking about, and I'll just walk you through. These are like how I used it earlier this week, and I'll just talk you through. Let's go ahead and hit play on that. So you can see I'm just in here in the website. I'm prompting, let's see if it's, yeah, here we go. So I'm prompting it. I want it to act as a business consultant and review. In this case, I just chose the customer, pretending the customer is Microsoft. And so I prompted it to look at Microsoft's annual report. It's 10K most recently. And so right now it's doing analysis on that 10K. And I wanted to give me a SWOT analysis. So it's going to start to break out the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And I think it's about an 83-page 10K is what I popped in there, and so you can see like that just saves a lot of time when it comes to analysis. And then let's see what I think we can move on. Actually, you know what? I think it's still going. So then the other aspect was I wanted to highlight what are the key business objectives, opportunities, or risks for this customer, which in this case is Microsoft. And so it's starting to summarize where the risks are. Where are the challenges? And so that from there, I wanted it to start to break out a table. And I wanted to build a table for me that started to show me, okay, well, where could the technologies that I sell or I'm part of provide value to this company called Microsoft? And so it starts to break down this table in the way I asked for it, which was current state, future state, capability, and KPI that it could affect. And that's the table that you start to see it generated there. And then lastly, I think I asked it to really expand on the technology enablers, because one of the things I know as a person who provides this technology is it's not enough just to name the particular area like Dynamics 365 service or sales. I wanted to get into the features and capabilities. So what I'm doing is I'm interacting with the AI right now to try to get more into the how, like how would a customer actually use this tool to drive this change in their business? Because I know what the answer is, but I want to help it do it across the entirety of that analysis, because I don't want to have to think through all of that, even though I know I could do it if I had time. And so that is essentially what it produced for me. And I think I'm ready to go to the next video. So let's go one more advance. Okay. Perfect. Let's advance the slide just one more. There we go. So now what I'm doing is I'm moving from web, and you can just see I just hit the export to Word button. So now it's taking all that content that I just had it create, it's dropping it into a Word document for me. And then what you're going to start to see is my real goal here is not just to have a Word document. What I really want is a single document that actually can feed into PowerPoint and have it create a presentation. So my current task that I'm doing right now is simply taking those 3 or 4 interactions I had, copying and pasting them into Word, and getting a little bit of formatting and changing, because like there's little conversational elements that Copilot will add in there. I didn't need them. I want this document to seem like an authoritative source of knowledge and truth that I can build a presentation off of. I don't need the dialogue back and forth with me and the Copilot in there. So I'm just cleaning it up right now. And one of the things on the right-hand side now, as I evoked the Copilot on the right, what I asked it to do was to create a story based upon the content in there, because the part of my job that I love doing is storytelling. And I wanted to build a story that doesn't just show features and benefits. I really want to talk about a day in the life of an employee at this company and how it can improve it. So it starts to create the story, but I felt like it needed a little bit more guidance. Like I wanted names, I wanted characters, I wanted some drama and a story arc. I always talk about, like, I always need more pain in my stories, because if it's a boring, typical Tuesday, nobody really cares. If it's a Tuesday where there's some pain, that matters, right? And so I'm starting to bring in names and characters to the point where I'm happy with it. And you can see I'm just kind of pasting my story in there, and I'm going to format it. I even like that it gave me little chapters, which is kind of cool. And so now I'm in a good place. Now I want a metaphor. Because I always like to start with a metaphor usually when I'm talking to a customer. And so I asked for a creative metaphor, and it starts to think through that. And I think I am just doing a little bit of cleanup here. Yep, just cleaning out some of the text. And then I'll show you my last move here. Perfect. Let's go to the next one. And so now I've done my research on the web. I've created a story and a source document in a Word. And now I'm moving into PowerPoint. And if you can go ahead and advance this, I'm going to open a blank presentation here in PowerPoint. I'm going to evoke the Copilot inside. And it's really simple. The prompt just says, create a presentation from this file. And I just linked to the Word document that I just created. Okay? All it's doing is just reading through the Word document now. And what I think is, I'm a little bit of a PowerPoint snob. I have had a past life. I spent some time in a design agency, and I appreciate the power of really communication and design. And so this is nowhere near what I would want it to be for a customer, but it's also saving me hours of thought as it prepares. And so what it does is it's going through that Word document. It's pulling it all together now, and it starts to produce 40 slides of content. That's not how I would want it formatted, but it's a good start, and I think it's a baseline to start from. And so now I've got everything you saw in the Word document with the SWOT analysis, the capabilities that could be used, the metaphor, and the story is in here. And you can see I'm playing around a little bit now with Designer, and it's just suggesting potential layouts. I kind of like the motion graphics of this, and so I went with that option. And then lastly, I thought this tree was a little bit dark for my story. I wanted a forest, like a beautiful forest. And so I just asked for a change. And so it ended up switching my image out. I did a little bit of formatting with it. And I'm getting closer, right? This is, now I'm just cleaning things up, and I'm massaging content as well. And I think I'm looking for a storm image instead of a tree image here. So that's literally what it's giving me, a few options. I'm choosing it, reformatting. And I'm on my way toward having a fairly solid start for a presentation I can use with a customer. And minimal amount of my effort, sweat equity going into that. I can just work on massaging from here. And then last thing I wanted was just a summary slide. I felt like I was missing that. And so it gave me the key takeaways. And I think I'm ready to go. So that's just a real practical example of using it day to day.
Thank you.
Oh.
We're not done. There's more. Sorry. Thank you so much for that, Marshall. So implementing new tools comes with its own set of challenges. Chris, this question is for you. What common obstacles can organizations might face when adopting Microsoft Copilot, and how can we address them?
Sure. I've worked with quite a few companies to get Copilot implemented, and I've run into a few challenges along the way. I think overall AI implementation, some of the hurdles are similar. You start with your network architecture and implementing something along the lines of zero trust to be able to authenticate at every step along the way. With that, you can also implement things like conditional access. So if this device isn't registered on your network, it can't access your data. If you're controlling, what policies and things are pushed out to them, that's kind of the foundational level. But then when you get to the Copilot level, Copilot essentially does a lot of, uses indexing and creates these big vectorized index where all your data sits, right? So if your data isn't clean, you don't have good data hygiene, you don't have things like DLP and sensitive labels applied, your accuracy isn't going to be where it needs. So really, there are some limitations to sensitive labels and certain file types, and kind of overcoming those obstacles is a little bit of a challenge, but something we've kind of come up with ways to do. But overall, it really kind of comes down to how well your data is structured and protected and organized within your ecosystem to be able to effectively leverage it.
Data hygiene, write that one down. All right.
I think the other build I'd make on the implementation process would be, it was touched on in the previous panel about change management. Just to double down on that, I think that's one of the things I think is really powerful about the journey we're on is that yes, we have great tools and technologies. Getting adoption is different. It can be a different animal. And I always, when we're having these conversations with customers, a lot of times what we talk about is getting our sponsorship coalition in place. Yet usually it starts with an IT sponsor as one of the key leaders we want to have in place, of course. But the secondary we want to also have senior leadership sponsorship will be on the business side. So if we're deploying technologies meant to be used by a sales org, a customer service org, a manufacturing plant, we need buy-in from the business leadership. That top-down support, not just a name initially, but an active and visible sponsor throughout the journey is going to be huge for driving adoption. And then the other pieces that we usually subscribe to at Microsoft, we like this brand. There's a lot of different kinds of adoption and change management methodologies. One is called ProSci that we love, and I think it just has a great simple mechanism for going from sponsorship to developing champion networks of super users who will be critical to your journey, and then even things like reinforcement with even making sure that they call it cake budget, having reinforcement funds to make sure that you're rewarding and encouraging people as they're on their journey, and moving them past just kind of casual users to feel like, hey, I'm getting some incentive, I'm getting recognized, I'm getting celebrated for using this technology and tools. And so it's about both of those things working together, right? Really, it's all about your people, your process, your data, all coming together. So, yep.
Great. All right, looking into the future, as we all are, what advancements or new features can we expect from Microsoft Copilot, and how can organizations stay ahead of these developments?
Yeah, personally, I'm looking forward to quite a few features I've heard coming down the pipe. One of them, more granular control over what is indexed or what available within Copilot. But the biggest one is Copilot Studios. So I know it's still in preview, but the ability to create your own Copilots, to be able to create it with a grounding system, to be able to add your own data and say, your own chatbots essentially within Copilot is what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I love that. We're actually playing with some of that right now in our team. We're trying to we're building some new stuff with the Copilot Studio for a bot to interact with our sales team, which would be really fun. So very cool. I think for me, what I was wanting to do was just show you. I'm just gonna, if time permits. How are we doing on time? We have a few minutes.
We have 15 minutes,
okay.
So it's going to be an actual workshop.
Yeah. So maybe we kind of, this is a panel/workshop. So it's a perk shot. I don't know what you want to call it. And so one of the things we wanted to do was, I showed you some videos earlier, and I just felt like it was good, but it didn't really show you enough. And so one of the things I wanted to try to do is work without a net here for a moment and do some stuff live with you all. And so one of the things I wanted to show you all also is, you remember in the other videos, I was prompting in the web, and then I moved it into Word and to build the story, and then in a source document, and then I moved that into a PowerPoint for the presentation creation. And what I was trying to challenge myself to do, this is literally last night, was thinking like, that's great, but that's a lot of interactions back and forth, and I was asking myself, can I be a little bit more lazy and have it do some of that all together? And so what I was playing with, and what I just want to show you, is some prompting that I think I'm happier with. So let me get onto my browser. Okay. What's that? Oh, I got to do my unplugged replug, I guess. Secret trick. That's right. All right. All right, great. So I'm in my Copilot on the web, and what I worked on last night was trying to find a way to make that a little bit faster, a little bit easier for me. Here's a real example. When I was brainstorming with that account executive, and they had 5 accounts, it was a lot of interactions for me to try to interact and keep prompting and driving. So what I tried to do last night was just trying to make it down to 1 prompt. Can I get that a little bit cleaner for me? Partly because what I did earlier this week was I opened up 5 separate windows. I had 5 separate copilots going, and I typed in each one, trying to interact and get it going. And I felt like I was just juggling a lot of windows and panels, right? So here's a simple prompt that I decided to do, and I'll show you, and we're going to hope that it works in real time. With generative AI, as you all know, probably, you can't guarantee what you're going to get every time. So that's why we have no net here. The one thing I will say is I also wanted to allow it, actually one of my big ahas was I wanted to have it start by I didn't want to have to keep changing the name and the prompt of the company I was wanting to research. And so I asked it to ask me, as a user, what company? And I know it's probably a simple thing, but I was like, I should have done that a while ago. So I learned that last night. So here's what I'm going to have it do. I'm going to have it ask me a company name. I'm going to tell it it's a business expert. I'm going to do a lot of what I just showed you. So I'm just going to fire this off, and we're going to cross our fingers that this works. Okay? So you can see now it's thinking. I don't know if you can see at the bottom of the screen, it's thinking. Okay, good. It wants me to tell it what company. One of our sponsors here is Altifiber, so I'm just going to type in Altifiber. All right, Altifiber. So that was the aha and you could probably make it so it lists out. I play with it listing out multiple companies if you want to do 4 or 5 companies at once. So now it's reading through my prompt, and what it's basically doing is it's starting to search any information it can find about Altifiber on the web. It's starting to think about the areas where I work, which are Dynamics 365 and Power Platform. So you can see it's going through the SWOT analysis that I showed you earlier, right? It's looking through. This seems to be fairly accurate. When I think about what Altifiber's business is, it's starting to do a SWOT, so that could be good for just thinking at a high level. One of the things in my role is I cover an organization that has about 350 customers thereabouts, and so I don't know those at the level of depth I wish I did. So if I'm coming in and trying to brainstorm on 5 customers, I need something like this to get me going. And so now it's looking up industry news and trends. It's also looking for news from the company itself, from like C-suite and other kinds of verbatims it can find if it found any. And then what it's doing now is solution suggestions is where it's looking at the Dynamics and Power Platform software and saying, how could we use this to help Altifiber with its business, right? And it's going through about 10 areas. And then remember how I took it into Word and I had it create a story? I just went ahead and have it, I told it was now I think I said it was a world-class nonfiction author. And it's now starting to create my story for me. And you can see I've got character names. It's threading through there different parts of the technology that they're using. And I'm pretty pleased. The other thing I wanted to do at the end was sort of just do a gut check. And I just say, hey, tell me, what's the oldest data that you used for this analysis? What's the most recent? Like, I did it last night a few times, and I can see this one's a little bit old. I've actually found some that was much more like May, June of 2024. But I was pretty happy with that. And then, let's see, I think so that is a 1 prompt that goes and generates a lot of what I was trying to show you in those 3 separate videos. Now I can take this, probably move it into Word as a source doc, and then move that into PowerPoint, have it create the presentation if I wanted to go that far. The only other thing I would offer that you might want to think about, or I would think about, is even this morning when I was double checking to still come up with a fairly decent response, is that I found that when I liked something about the story, right, it actually, I went down this long dialogue back and forth with Copilot on, in this case, there was somebody from the marketing organization, and I was able to dialogue and go like a real deep dive on what the marketing person's experience was. I was able to get really specific with the AI. And so that's the other thing I would do is this story is like a starting point that threads across really high level. What you can do is just break it apart and dialogue back and forth with the Copilot to have it imagine those much more granular stories. And why that matters to me is my team is usually demonstrating software where I want to show pretty specific parts of the technology that have really specific business value to the customer. And so a high-level story is not deep enough for what my team needs. So what I think is cool is to be able to go back and forth on the story itself and just have it iterate and start to build out, okay, tell me about, Mia and the marketing person, and tell me about Ethan and what their challenge, and let's just go deeper in each one, almost like a expose or like a focus. So I hope you like that. That was something I'm pretty excited about in terms of prompting. Cool. Yeah.
With that, we'll bring Zach back up and we're ready to move on.
Awesome.
Awesome. Another round of applause for our team here. Nexigen and Microsoft. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Marshall. So this next session is actually our last session of Cincy Ai Week. So we wanted to end it with what we're calling our Enterprise AI Ideation session. So this will be in part demo, in part conversation, and we'll wrap it up at the end. I'll invite those participants to the stage, and we'll get started here in about 1 minute.
Please hold for station identification. This is the WGN network, right? All right. Good afternoon. It's not best for last, but thanks for staying with us, right? It means a lot to have everyone stay through the last session. So we're going to do another panel discussion plus a couple demos. We're going to start with a couple videos from folks that are going to be sitting on the panel as well. So Chris Brandon is going to start us off showing us a video about her company, and then Matt Sias is going to do a very short video introducing his application that we're going to actually spend a little bit more time on and show a demo of. And then we're going to end it with a conversation itself.
Actionable IoT. Manage facilities and complex assets with ease. Now with alarm. Is it not going?
It's just going here. The sound.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Very fancy.
Alarm notifications, asset workflow builders, integrated AI chatbots, easy-to-use site surveys, and digital twin technology. Actionable IoT is the solution you are seeking for facilities management.
Pain points in facility management. Managing facilities comes with many challenges, like integrating complex assets, IoT data, gaining unified visibility, and limiting costly human interaction. Being proactive with maintenance is difficult. This causes issues like increased downtime, higher costs, poor optimization, lower occupant satisfaction, and regulatory risks. The risks of disjointed systems. Disjointed systems lead to downtime from lack of preventive maintenance. There are higher overhead costs from manual inefficiencies. Energy and sustainability goals suffer. Occupants become dissatisfied. Regulatory compliance is harder to attain. Challenges with manual processes. Relying on manual processes causes many issues. There is no cohesive view across. Fragmented sources. Fault prediction is difficult. Incident response is slow. Disjointed workflow automation for the provider ecosystem causes limited insights for decision making. The solution is actionable IoT. Actionable IoT beautifully issue resolution and actionable events are automated. Assets, energy, and preventive maintenance are optimized proactively. Staff are empowered with actionable insights. For architects and engineers, actionable IoT links building information models and CAD models to real operational data, creating living digital twin of facilities. HVAC and electrical designs can be validated against reality. Systems can be proactively optimized. Property managers gain centralized visibility across their portfolio. Preventive maintenance is automated. Energy management is smarter. Occupant satisfaction and retention improves. Management of service providers becomes more efficient and effective. For manufacturing plants increase yield by reducing downtime. Overall equipment effectiveness is optimized with better maintenance. Costs lower by embedding knowledge into operations. Safety, compliance, and sustainability objectives are better governed. For healthcare facilities, for the continuum of care, critical equipment uptime is maximized. Regulatory reporting is streamlined. Patient outcomes improve with smarter facilities. Issues are proactively resolved, avoiding disruption. Actionable IoT capabilities overview. Capabilities include asset health monitoring and analytics, predictive maintenance, and automated actionable events. Integration with existing system.
If you make at least 150 grand a year.
And we got this guy at the end on top of it. I mean, could it be better? So today we're talking about ideation, and so one of the things we wanted to kick off with was to talk a little bit about this collaboration that we did. And then we're going to kick it over to Matt and Nate, and they're going to talk about using AI in ideation. So what did we do here? If you could tell, that was created by AI, that video. It was a combination of, if you're familiar with Chris Brock by now, Christopher Brock, who has the Facebook page, ChatGPT for Business and Life, along with Jamie DeAngelis, part of Primary Hosting, Ronnie Wakeman, who's part of Actionable IoT, and myself. And it was the four of us who actually put something similar together for the Marine Corps. We had a presentation to the CTO there. We pulled that together. Then we said, wait a minute, we need something for industry. I mean, most of our work is in the commercial space. So we then took that, and by the way, the first version was shorter. It was very much geared towards DoD-related language, et cetera, and we took that and applied it. And what Chris did, and Jamie, what they pulled together the data that we already had. So think of it, I blog for our company, I write white papers for our company, so all that data on our website, put all that together, and in the beginning, the first version, there was no voice. Do we do our own voice? So Chris went ahead and added in an AI voice, 2 different ones affiliated with that too. So, and then we came up with this. What do we know about this? We know it's too long. We know that it's a lot of information. I mean, it's heavy, and we know that. But there are particular verticals that we hit. So what do we need to do next? We need to look at that, break it down, and say specifically for, let's say, facilities and campuses, like what could we do for a college campus, or what could we do for a hospital network, or what could we do for a small, mid-sized, one of our big clients I talked earlier is a big manufacturer of HVAC equipment, climate control. What can we do to hit their whole dealer, this mid-market as well? We've got functional technology. So this was our ideation process. So we went through and pulled things together to come up with something, but it's iterative. This process is iterative, and we did it basically manually and depended on 1 or 2 people to actually do it. We didn't have a group of 15 people in a room trying to come up with an idea. We had different technologies too. We had Actionable IoT tied in with that. We had Dr. Stonebreaker has a digital twin capability, so a visualization of that data. And then also we had the capability, we have site survey capability as well. That would be part of Primary Hosting. So we had a lot of stuff that could really
help, for example, facilities and groups of facilities, and we were pulling it together from that fact. So this is one iteration, one thing that we've done. So with that said, it kind of gives you an idea of doing this kind of from a manual standpoint. I'm going to hand it over to Matt.
Thank you. First off, everyone that is still here at the last session, thank you. You know, it's been a long week, so I appreciate that. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Matt Sias, 2003 graduate of UC in Information Systems, and I spent 19 years here in corporate technology at Kroger. The last 15 years were spent in research and development. So I had a lot of different roles, some hardware, software, operations research, simulation, product management, resource management, lab management. Ended that career last fall managing the innovation lab at 1819 and also building out their AI ML team, engineering team. So in the fall, after that career, with the change of AI coming, we knew that the future of work, life, and learning was going to change. So started working with a couple inspiring partners at UC, Drew Boyd and RJ Sargent, thinking how can we augment the human capacity and use these models in a responsible manner. So we launched a startup in January called innovationacceleration.ai. It's kind of hard to explain exactly what we do, so we made this quick 60-second video to help explain. Luck. Some say it's when preparation meets opportunity. Here, we call it foresight. Vision, it's our legacy. After 2 decades at the forefront of technology, we don't just look to the future, we shape it. Introducing innovationacceleration.ai, augmenting human creativity through structured methods of innovation and the latest in generative artificial intelligence. Spend more time selecting and refining the best solutions for your situation. Fill your innovation pipeline with solutions based on the most successful patterns of creativity, steeped in academic research and real-world examples. Leverage top commercial large language models or your favorite open source. A suite of diverse tools and methods to help you learn, think, and act more effectively. Feed your ambitions. Propel your ideas.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna run through a demo of this. Now I'm the corporate guy who's not a part of Innovation Acceleration, but I'm such a huge fan of what Matt's been working on that if you have questions about it as a corporation on Nate, how would this benefit our corporation in coming up with ideation in droves, right? Like, let me be Matt's salesperson, right? Not being affiliated with the company, and I'm happy to do that. We're gonna get into it. My name's Nate Souter. I sometimes wear many hats, but Fifth Third, I'm so thankful, pays my mortgage, right? So Fifth Third lets me kind of, in effect, look out the window, so to speak, so to position them in collaboration with the various ecosystems. So I do that mainly 3 ways. University collaboration, spinning up speculative research. It's never things that we're currently working on as a bank. It's something that we know is coming and we don't know how we're going to tackle it in the future. So partnering with a university will give us guidance then once we are ready to tackle it. And that's really important if you're thinking about spinning up university research and collaboration. With the startup ecosystem, so we've had a wonderful relationship for years with Centrifuge. I work on a program here called FinTech Frontier. It's, how do we create a thriving fintech ecosystem in Cincinnati, which is like really easy to say and really hard to do. Becoming very metric focused over time has been a huge goal of that. 1819, if you've been to the Innovation District, there are a lot of corporates that are housed at 1819, and it's amazing because when you look at the results that some of us have had, and this is where Matt and I became friends, was in the Innovation District, like, you build a building and you call it an innovation center, and then all of a sudden you realize that not much innovation is happening because you need to be extremely, extremely intentional. And so myself and let's call it the me's of some of the other organizations had to take it upon ourselves to rally together and try to understand, all of our businesses are different, but oftentimes we're trying to solve or we're dealing with the same challenges. And so how can we learn together to show that we could do something to then take those learnings back to our respective organizations to determine whether or not we should. And so that brings in the corporate aspect of it as well. I'm gonna frame this really quick, right? So if there are corporate folks in the room, like one thing that really got to me, and it was like, wow, this just isn't working time and time again, is, you know, we've spent so much money and time bringing creativity back into the workplace, but the problem is we're calling it innovation and it's not, because a lot of the ideas that we ended up coming up with were so far outside the box that it didn't take anything into account that currently existed. So you spend a tremendous amount of time throwing Post-it notes up on a wall, feeling really great coming out of a session, then you show up to the next meeting and you haven't made any progress, right? Let's also think about like the construction of a traditional brainstorm. At a corporation, goodness, like what does that range to? Like 8 to 12 or 15 people, and you start saying like, well, if this person's there, then we need a person from legal, and if a person from legal is there, then we need a person from legacy product because they've been here for 15 years or whatever. And so what you start to realize is when you're part of these brainstorms, you have 2 people that monopolize the conversation, right? I'm usually one of them. You have 2 people that don't know why they were invited. You have a couple people that are working on their next meeting. You have someone that offers to scribe so that they don't have to participate, right? They just like look busy. And you have a couple folks that are probably like self-labeled introverts that the reason that they're not contributing makes total sense to me because they're an introvert, right? And like what we know through time and trial is that the more calculated individuals tend to have some like the better ideas. So like how are you getting the best ideas out of them? So it's like we're checking the diversity box, but we're losing it on the inclusion aspect of it, right? How do we get the best ideas out of our best people? Systematic inventive thinking as an ideation methodology flipped that model and instantly was like oh my gosh, this is what we're looking for. Rather than thinking outside the box, let's start to think inside the box, right? Let's deduce things down to their core levels based on what currently exists. Let's like mess with it a little bit and see if the construction of the results provides a customer or an internal benefit, okay? So what Matt's gonna show you is he's done a tremendous amount of work to put an AI wrapper around it and make it way better. Because how many times also in those brainstorming sessions do we anchor to the idea that we've heard an executive say for the last few years and that like just kind of feels like the right answer? And rarely in a brainstorming session do you like challenge yourself enough to simplify your current product by taking features away, right? That seems risky. Matt's application is going to do that again. So anyway, Matt's going to show you a demo. We're going to run it through. I'm sure that there are folks in the audience that maybe traveled in for today, right? Staying at a hotel? No one. Wonderful. So I think what's interesting, though, is we've all done food takeout, whether it's through DoorDash or Uber Eats or something like this. And as many companies are doing this now, and as much money as I spend on DoorDash, food packaging blows, right? Like the food never holds its quality from restaurant to doorstep. And so we're going to run that idea through systematic inventive thinking, given the prompts that Matt knows how to use. I think the curiosity here in this is for you to start understanding some of the terminology that Matt starts using just in his normal vernacular, in one, defining what a closed world is, adding additional constraints, and I'll let you go through the rest of it. I could keep talking. And so I said I was going to sell for you, right?
Awesome.
So.
Appreciate it. No, great job. So how many of you have actually heard of systematic inventive thinking before, SIT? All right, good. Hopefully you'll learn something new. How many of you are familiar with design thinking? All right, that's another structured method of innovation. How many of you are familiar with brainstorming? I was going to say, hopefully every hand goes up there. Yeah. The problem with brainstorming is it's very inefficient and ineffective due to a condition called cognitive overload. You know, if you tell the human mind it can go anywhere, it'll run a lot of laps. So systematic inventive thinking does a great job of guiding your thought process by building in constraints, building a closed world, and then systematically going through that closed world, applying the most successful patterns of innovation. So to give you a quick demonstration, Nate decided to choose how might we improve takeout food packaging for delivery to make it more sustainable. So the first part of the process, we actually go through a series of questions to build out context and also build in your constraints and any unique situations that might be unique to your business. And then we'll frame that problem using those answers. Once you actually frame the problem, this is where the closed world comes in. So think of the closed world like a closed system. SIT teaches you the first thing you want to do is make a list of all the components, all the processes, and all the attributes that make up that core system.
And here's what's cool through doing that, right? It's like you get to define what that is based on what you're ideating. So think like, I need to fly to Orlando, right? And so you're looking at it from an airline perspective of like, you could be ideating on the entire, like I leave my front door to I get to my hotel at a resort. Or you could just say the walkway from the terminal to the airplane is what we're gonna ideate on. Like that's actually defining the closed world itself. The closed world could be a process, it could be a device, or it could be a full system. But defining that closed world allows you to be very specific in your results. And that's the reason that Matt's going through this now.
Yep, so at any point during this process, you can offer feedback. That is the human feedback loop. That's why humans are still going to be important, as evaluators. Is this right for my context? So once you get to this point, you'll have 3 lists. You'll have your components, your tasks, and your attributes. The 5 patterns of SIT are attribute dependency, task unification, division, multiplication, and subtraction. Now, depending on which one of these patterns you're going to apply, it'll change which list you use. So we're going to go ahead and use attribute dependency. And attribute dependency is a pattern where you link or break the existing link between an internal and an external attribute. So a great example of this was at Kroger, we designed and built a system called QVision. It linked the number of people coming into our stores with the number of lanes we had to have open in the next 15 or 30 minutes to meet that queuing demand. The result of that was about reducing our wait time from about 4 minutes to 30 seconds. So we ended up saving our customers about 26.8 years of wait time every day across 2,800 stores. So here, we're going to apply attribute dependency to our attributes and quickly come up with a list of ideas.
And this is pretty cool, right? So design thinking has 40, like I call them games, right? But like 40 activities that you can play. And like a lot of design thinking methodologies cause you to create like a recipe, right? And then that recipe creates your ideation session for the day. Systematic inventive thinking has 5, right? Has subtraction, you take stuff away. Has multiplication, you duplicate it and change it in a meaningful way. Has division, you take a component out or divide it physically or functionally away from it. Has attribute dependency that Matt just said, and has task unification. Like you could have a component of a thing do its own job plus the job of something else. That's it, right? It's so much easier to reach into that toolkit and get to work right away solving complex challenges than having to figure out the recipe via design thinking or some of the other methodologies that exist.
Yep, and we're not asking the model here, is this right or wrong? We're just saying, what might you call it and what might be the benefit? The human evaluators experience here. This list of ideas, someone with 30 years of experience will probably find more value in those ideas than someone coming out of college. But it's also a learning tool as much as it is a productivity tool. We can quickly spin up an idea, then converge on that idea. So we can quickly create that activation roadmap to take that idea into concept to reality. And the full process, we can spin up an idea, produce a report, 15, 20 minutes. It's literally what teams will take weeks or a month to put on the executive's desk.
Yeah, it's true. And and I think one of the biggest benefits too is even when I'm manually running systematic inventive thinking on something that we want to challenge. So for instance, the pilot that we did with Matt was around everyone hates overdraft, right? Putting my bank hat back on. But overdraft is inherent risk that we take on, right? To be able to service our customers. So it's like, we don't like it either, right? It's not like it makes our customers happy, but we make a tremendous amount of money off fees. We need to protect ourselves, like it's a thing. So what we were able to use was systematic inventive thinking to look at, are there other ways that we could change overdraft as a concept to service our customers and still protect ourselves, and also teach them by learning rather than parenting, let's call it, on how to not overdraft their accounts, things like this, right? What systematic inventive thinking does, and honestly, what Matt's application does is it forces you to look at the connections that you wouldn't otherwise go after because it wouldn't come to mind first for you to investigate. So it forces you to look at all the different connections, given all 5 methodologies to look for possibility before just automatically dismissing it in your mind, right? And that's the benefit of it, doing it so quickly, is you spend much less time actually activating it. and then you can be the decision maker in your expertise to be able to go through the list and be like, okay, yeah, that one has promise. Oh my goodness, I wouldn't have thought of this one that way. Maybe that has legs. Or no, that one still kind of sounds like trash.
And yeah, and we try to make a push button, but there is no replacement for experience or training, right? We talk about SIT as being both an art and a science. We call it the art of pattern application and the science of working within and scaling our constraints. The higher level you go, the more components you might have. If you're looking at strategy, the closed world is very large. The further down you go in the company, though, when we talk about strategy belongs at every level of the organization, the constraints of the decision making start to get smaller and smaller. If you're supporting a product, a process, a service, this is the kind of strategy and tools you need to drive change and innovation.
Yeah, so it's great. So thanks for bearing with us, right? What I want you to come away with is this application is super dope. If you haven't met Matt before, you need to connect with him. I will chase you down to, no, I'm being serious though. Like, just try it out. Just try it out. I'm gonna be his first customer for you. Yeah. And now we'd like to welcome you to, are you facilitating us for the rest of it? Yay. Awesome. Yeah, awesome.
All right. We go over some quick Q&A?
Yeah.
Nice. Please.
Yeah, why not? Is that okay?
Yeah, please do.
All right, I'm gonna do it from up here. So in your IoT, I guess I'll start with you on your platform. Where have you seen traction gain the fastest? I saw you talk about some applications with a major institution, but where are you seeing traction, or where are you seeing your biggest problems? I guess both those.
Industries?
Industries, yeah.
So there's, in our world, so much data, right? And so specific, and where we're getting a lot of traction, I would say, is definitely in the areas of facilities, architecture firms. That sounds interesting. Construction, because the trades are a big thing affiliated with AI right now. So we're getting a ton of that. But the biggest thing is that there are worker shortages, and then you have all this IoT data that's coming in, and you're trying to mash it together. You can't keep hiring people. You don't have the resources to do it. So what can you automate? And you're also, the other thing is there's these data points that just they don't exist if you're not doing something like what we're doing. You don't know where that data has gone. So for example, an architecture firm may have a particular building and they have a great relationship with the University of Cincinnati, let's say, and with that, but the relationship is with that person. It's not with, so they build one building and then 3 years later build another. But if they could set up a recurring revenue stream, or they could set up a scenario where they have building data and they can help prevent and keep those prevent failures and keep those buildings up, that's a huge differentiating factor. So they can share in that stream. So that's definitely one area I would say is a fast moving, but it is all about the lack of workforce right now and the ability to manage all that data that's just crashing everybody.
What's your biggest testimonial that has come from a customer that you were just like, they got it, they got the aha moment?
We kind of talked about it yesterday a little bit, but we didn't even realize. We knew we were helping. So, when you have clients, and it's funny because with us, it started with a big client instead of a small client. A lot of times you start with someone really small, and ours started with a really big client. And so what they were able to do, which just absolutely amazed us, and we only realized it, I would say in the past 2 months, was they're getting all these IoT alerts from 3 different IoT platforms, 6 email systems, CRM, ERP, IT, because they're a manufacturer. And so it's a national thing, and the biggest challenge, and they're doing all these things with AI, right, with their own equipment, self-healing, et cetera. But the biggest thing that they realized is, and I was talking to our engineer, and he was like, I don't know what they did before this. Like, I don't even know how they managed. We realized they had something like, in 1 week, I don't know, 39,000 alarms that were coming in that they thought they would need, they would have had to have a human do something with. Now, that doesn't mean them, but that means their entire supply chain. And so they got it down to 2,500. 2,500 actionable things that would generate a work order, send someone out from a third party, do an IT help desk ticket, that type of thing. But also what we're helping them do is their sustainability goals, right? So all the carbon emissions that are affiliated with it, you can put dollar amounts on that. So we eliminated X amount of truck rolls to go fix something. We were able to keep a building up. They gave me an example of a chiller at an ice rink in Chicago. There's supposed to be a game that night. Well, they got the IoT data from it. What they didn't have was they couldn't tell that it was melting, because sometimes there's so much noise with IoT data, you think something's happening, it's not. So you send a bunch of people, that does not help you with sustainability goals. So with them, they kept that rink up and going. So I would say that's kind of the biggest thing. And this area of data, sustainability, and tying that together. And now that you have this data, so that's one of the things I showed with the video in the beginning. Now that you have this data, you can actually use AI. You know, AI is only good. It's only as good as the data that you have. So now you have this data you never had before, and that's I would say definitely our biggest win.
Cool. So I've talked to you before,
Yeah.
Matt, and you're an incredible mind, like just super bright and incredible understanding and experience. Let me just cut out battery up. Giving you a compliment there. It's like I don't want the universe was just saying, but an incredible mind and unbelievable experience. Your product is basically it's using generative for its best capabilities in a structured way. What are you, from all your experience, like how much time on average, just how much time does it save in the process for that to occur?
Orders of magnitude.
What does that mean? Like, give me, if it takes me 100 hours to go through this process, and that's 7 people, that's 700 hours, right? With your involved in it, you say orders of magnitudes, like 10 times faster, or?
So if you had a team that delivered that in a corporate setting, say a team of 5, even 10, it took 2 weeks to a month, right? How many hours? How many dollars is that? We can do that in about 15 minutes for $1 or less.
And then that's really the power of AI, because we're all run into challenges, right? And then we get stuck on them as humans, and we'll bang our head against the wall and looking for ideas, and then it comes to us, right? You're accelerating, right? So it's just you're just unlocking the power and you're putting it into a structured format.
Yeah, the idea is, use it for what it's good at, reduce the cognitive load on the human while simultaneously stimulating creativity. It's easier for us as humans to edit something than it is to create it from scratch.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think, so if we're familiar with like a double diamond like methodology, right? So like define a problem, which is the antithesis of what Matt does, right? He's defining a solution and then seeing if it solves a problem. So normally what you do is like you define a problem, you like discover and research, you refine, right? So we used to think this, therefore we offered a product. Now we actually know this because of like a 6 or 8 months of desktop research or however long corporations spend doing this. And then how do we ideate? So it expands again, and then you end up like solutionizing on what you're actually going to go forward with. Like you can start to understand like very, very quickly, conceptually, where Matt's application fills in those gaps and allows you to accelerate progress. And a lot of that is like, help me understand everything that could be possible given the constraints that I put in. So where we're able as researchers to kind of research your happy path, right? Like these are the things that I want to research based on the solution that I think is correct. It's forcing you to consider things that wouldn't necessarily come to mind right away. So it's removing your fixedness in your field to gravitate towards things that are safe.
And it's your thought partner. Like you're using it as a partner, and you can call it co-intelligence and all these other things, but a partnership, and you're guiding the thought partnership, right? How do you account for potential like normalization or whitewashing? How do you get it to generate unique activity in your process?
Well, we have a saying, questions are the new code, and prompt engineering is the new skill set. Fine-tuning is good, but you're effectively dumbing down some of the most advanced models ever made. The beauty of these models is that it contains all the world's knowledge, so all that cross-pollination, all those different roles and industries are already there. You just have to leverage it with questions. When you fine-tune it, you're forcing constraints on where it can go to draw from. So
how do you reverse engineer? Are you reverse engineering that a bit in your process with your prompts?
Yes, a little bit. I mean, this, SIT is at its core, but there's probably about 3 or 4 different models in there. And then, SIT isn't the only model, and we're not saying it's, we just think it's the most powerful. So we do kind of envision a suite of tools across a host of frameworks that could be leveraged in the same way.
So you're at Fifth Third, and you're helping innovation there, and you have, let's say, 10 projects that year that you're going to tackle. Does this allow you to do 100?
Oh, I think, yeah, sure, right? On day one or something. Like, I think what's very curious, I'm gonna answer the question that I want to answer. No, I'm just kidding. Go for it. So I think what's really interesting is, like, we have a number of great universities in the region as well, and all of those universities have some sort of tech transfer, right? Now, the GPT doesn't know what it, like, kind of doesn't know that you want, I guess. So if I think about like a list of, let's call it 10 new technologies that a university or the DoD, right? So like I live up in Dayton, right? Like we have a tremendous number of research and or technology that we're trying to create business out of. Like if I list in this, and then I am able to feed it information on the side, like, hey, it would be really interesting for the system to understand how these technologies work to see if we could form a new business around this piece of technology to solve this problem. Like that's where this lies, because it's gonna try to understand what that new piece of like potential technology is and how that could play into the business process to create something entirely new. I think a lot of times it is easy to reverse engineer a solution and be like, oh, that's multiplication, oh, that's subtraction. The hard one is when it introduces a new piece of technology that it otherwise didn't have. So think like color changing plastic in baby bottles, right? Like it'd be hard to get to that solution running through this unless you knew that that technology existed. But if that was in tech transfer with the DoD, like, hey, we developed color changing plastic and we don't know how it's gonna work, and I work for Graco or someone like this, right? And so I'm able to put that technology in, that would then become a possibility if the system knew that we were trying to do something with a new piece of technology.
Yeah, so you can, anything it hasn't seen, that's where retrieval augmented generation comes in. You pull it in context, and then you can manipulate it using those patterns and the principles.
I love it. You simplify things in a way. I love how your brain works. What do you guys, if you could get something, like what's your biggest hurdle that you see from you to the success point that you envision yourself at in your business journey? That's to you.
Oh. Say that one more time.
What's the biggest hurdle that's in the way that you need removed from you between you and the success point that you want to be at in your business? Like what could you see?
Probably procrastination and humanity, right?
Okay.
I think the biggest thing holding people back is, our comfort zone, right? The world's changing, and you need to start upskilling. Continuous learning, it's not going to stop. And I think they were saying earlier that the internet's going to run out of data here pretty soon. How are we going to create that new data? You got to get creative, right? And creativity, the arts, the humanities, like they're talking about in the keynote. We heard it up at the State House on Tuesday. Philosophy, psychology, they're making a comeback. And those are the skill sets that we need to start educating people on to drive this forward.
How about you?
So the question was...
You're an entrepreneur, right? You got the vision to move, and is there anything that's blocking your movement or something that you'd like to see removed?
Interestingly, and I think I was talking to our esteemed keynote, Dinesh, last night, and we have technology, and now we're tied in with AI, but there's no RFP for what we're doing. Right? And people don't even think to look for what we have because they think they can either do it themselves and build it, like off of an IoT platform, which would take years and years and years to be able to do. And so I think our biggest hurdle is the education component, and we already have something proven. So let's get a couple more organizations, on board that are really interested in, making a difference and being able to apply this, like I said, to facilities, because we really think we have already disrupted with our one client. They've changed their model, the way that they actually deal with. They're trying to, so think of it this way, you've got 100 dealers that go fix things at buildings. They're actually saying, usually those extra dealers, they make their money off of, going and fixing. $200 to come for your washing machine and fix it. Well, we're turning it around upside down, and they're now doing a recurring revenue model with that. So for us, it's an education, and it's organizations jumping on board and say, let's try it. Let's try it.
All right, Nate. You're in the Cincinnati AI Catalyst. You're also in a unique perspective at Fifth Third. And then we had this event, which is sort of trying to give voice and get rid of some of these hurdles and help with the education process so we get activation and growth through this region. Why don't you wrap us up and tell us what you think of how we've done and any hurdles that you think might have been removed or how you think this has helped?
Okay, awesome. So what an amazing conference, number one, because this is one of the first ones that is asked for equal participation and shown the need for it amongst young companies, government agencies, universities, and corporates, right? Like, it's not a startup week, it's a technology week. And AI is the wrapper that brings all of that together and makes it very cohesive. I think that one of the biggest superpowers that we have in Cincinnati is how many Fortune 1000s do we have? Like, a decent number. And a lot of these are housed in innovation centers, right? So whether it's a relationship with Centrifuge, whether it's at 1819 or or with specific universities, you know, when you have that many organizations, like, everyone's business is different, but we're all trying to solve a lot of the same problems. And when it comes to working with young companies, it's so much easier to do so kind of like on an island without having to give them the keys to your castle and lift up the hood. So my curiosity is, if you're trying to get in front of corporations and you feel like you have a really good problem to solve, right? Your business is really great. Understand how you can rally all of those Fortune 1000s together to spin up a concept that shows that you could do something about it, to then let them each individually determine whether or not they should, right? And that's super powerful. So working with Matt, I'm putting the information that I want to put into the system. I can very quickly understand if the system's going to work, and then I can, you know, take that back to the product owners that I think could use it the best, and then they can make a decision. And there's so much opportunity for that. But if you just go straight into, hey, we want to work with Fifth Third, and you're like, cool, what do you want to do? And they're like, everything. And you're like, no, right? It's like, help us understand, like, we don't need another consultant. What we need is help with the product owners that feel extremely overwhelmed to be able to simplify the process that they're currently working on, right? We're going to help you work on your business because you've been working in it for so long, and we're going to help you reduce everything to its base values and then, like, build it up from there, right? And there's a lot of opportunity to do so.
Well, you do so much for the community, and you help so many people so many ways, and it's, I mean, huge round of applause for all of you just taking the courage to do this. And thank you. I don't know what to say now.
And scene.
I think we're getting close to wrap. Summer's coming up.
Well, this actually concludes Cincy AI Week. I'm going to try not to tear up. But thank you all. Thank you, panelists, for coming together. Host committee, I know there's still a few of you out there. It took 50 hosts. It took 50-ish volunteers, 125 speakers, 500 plus businesses, over 1,000 attendees over 3 days. And we couldn't do it without you. So thank you all for coming. We can't wait to see you next year. And hopefully you'll travel up to Columbus in September as well.
So just one last comment from the CAIC standpoint. I think most of you are familiar with that famous John F. Kennedy speech about going to the moon. And if you recall, it was not about doing something because it's easy, it's about doing it because it's hard. And what was the context behind that? The context behind that was it needed to be done because it was about the future. And what I would like to ask all of you as you prepare your organizations, your families, yourselves for a wave that is upon us is this is not going to be easy, but this is necessary. And as a Cincinnati region, we have a unique opportunity because of our sense of community and our pride in our community to do the right thing for our businesses, for our community, for our families, and for the next generation. So I invite you all to look deeply at the AI blueprint for the Cincinnati region, and I ask you to ask yourself, should I become involved so that the next generation of people in the Cincinnati region benefit in a way that they were originally not even thinking about, because thinking about that future is our job.
So Carl is like, he does things that show us that he's all a great human. Why do we all run through walls for Carl? Carl, he spends a month or two overseas helping people get educated in impoverished areas. He does things, he still led the CAIC, getting up at whatever time it was in whatever part of the world you were, helping other people. He does things that make me want to be a better person. And that's how you run through walls. But we're also seeing the same type of people in Boston. We're seeing people there come together for that state, and they're working together extremely well. Carl's actually joined as an observer to how they're running their program to help our region out. That blueprint he has is serious. And I'm stepping up to help run through walls for him, and we need more people. Boston's moving, 450 strong. These are CEOs coming out saying we're in. This is transformative, and he's right, it's for our next generation. So if you got a fire inside you, let it light. We need help.
Thank you.
I have an easy choice for you right now, and the owner of the Orbit Room, it's on Vine Street, about a 10-minute walk by Findlay Market. It's having 25% off drinks for all conference attendees. So feel free to march over there with me, and I'll see you there. Thanks, everyone.